Okay. Thank you for this platform, PP. It's a forum where we can share a lot and we can deliberate ourselves. I also condone with those who have lost their loved ones and those who are hospitalized. Way forward, I think, as have been mentioned earlier by earlier speakers, number one, we should stay leaderless. It is a very good strategy. There's nobody whom the government can attack. So if we tend to have a leader, it will have even more problems than we think, or it will give us a soft spot which the government can act on. Number two, I think we can re-strategize because our initial strategy of going to the street one-on-one have been infiltrated. So we can be smart again now, attack through the social media. We use all the possible social medias to shut these leaders down, to shut our president down in all avenues, so that he doesn't get a forum. This means even going down to the to even family members. You see, it reaches a time when they will feel quite frustrated. Number two, I'll also echo out what Alikebula talking about empowerment, economic empowerment. When we are just throughout in demos and we don't think of what to do next, it will be more troublesome, na hata sisi tutakuwa njaa na tuseme hali itakuwa mzuri sana. Another thing is can we identify what we want to do, agendas or programs, how we can run them and put them in steps. For example, we can start when he calls for negotiation, we go do it online. We have a specific agendas which we need to be addressed. So we could probably talk about IBC. So when we get the IBC part addressed, it gives us another forum. Now, even if we go for now, the president must go, you now have a platform where election can be held. But as the state in which we are, as much as we want the president to be out, I think constitutionally we will be in a situation which is murky. Therefore, probably we strategize again, put these things so that when we jump on the IBC, we move to another agenda, and etc. Another thing is civic education. We have been electing poor leaders because of lack of civic education. So probably if we do that before next election is done, we can use this platform to do that. And I thank you because you have identified that and you have said you will invite somebody to do that. But that do not stop only in this platform. We should trickle it down to the communities where we come from. And lastly, when we get a platform probably for negotiation or through the space with the president, what we can talk about is we don't want jobs in the East where we are enslaved. If he has gone out there to search for us jobs, let those jobs be brought here. Let the investors invest here in Kenya. We get employed here in Kenya. You find so many people coming back in coffin because of slavery in the East. That is Arabic countries. Is that what you want for us? No, we want our employment here in our country, our beloved country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Hassan Kula, how are you doing? Talk to us. Hassan, are you there? Okay, kama Hassan anisikii. Nick, I see your hand is up. Talk to me. Namna gani Kenya? Kwani nimepotea tena kwa mtandao. Wewe acheni kuniogopesha bwana. Are you there? Willy Weba, unanisikia bro?
I'm getting you.
Oh yeah. Talk to us, man.
Yes. Thank you, Meniruka mara mingi, but thank you so much for the space. First of all, I want to say sorry for those who lost their lives. And we are sorry, all of us, I think so. My first point is, since yesterday in the evening, I have seen we are dividing. I don't know why. Seriously, we are dividing, and I don't know why we are dividing ourselves since yesterday. I saw even when Miguna was back yesterday, we were like, why are you here? Why and what? In the morning, even I asked Wanyama. I tweeted to Wanyama and I asked him, why are we in the space yet others are on the street? So some guys were saying no, we are not going to the street. Others were saying we are going. The same matter. I'm seeing it today, right now. I'm seeing some are saying no, we should not go in the street. We should go what. In fact, others were arguing. Some of us have been paid. We should not consider such. Peter, if we can focus on our focus, if we can focus on our focus, whereby our aim was Ruto must go, we should focus on that. Now, because now the goons, I'm hearing that people have paid goons to come and attack us and what. It is okay. We have many means of getting what we want. Number one, we can go for, just like we had said, we occupy one place and the other, like churches. On Sunday, we should continue occupying churches. In the funerals, these MPs should not speak in the funerals. In the churches, they should not speak. Even, you see, like last time Raila did this, we should boycott like Safaricom. We should boycott like any company that Ruto has a hand in it. We should boycott. We have a lot of means how we can deal with Ruto. So until he say it is true, then there is this thing of let us go and talk with the Ruto. Ruto is not someone we can talk to. Ruto has been there. We have seen him. We have seen what he has done in the other whatever. So even if we are not going to the street on Thursday, but how I wish we could go on the street on Thursday, then on Sunday we boycott what? We boycott, we occupy churches. Then after that, we will come with a message or announcement that because goons have attacked our plan, now let us not go on the street. We will give way forward so that these guys will see we have not given up. But if we just say we are not going, they will start laughing at us. You see, in every revolution, I remember the story we have read. I was not there, about Mau Mau. We have seen people are going through hard time. People are being killed, but that's where we are. We remember when about the 2010 constitution, there was a very, very strong movement. But what did they go through? They went through a lot. So, kidogo, sisi tumeanza, we are not going. Some of us have been paid. We should be in one accord. Guys, we are the youth of this nation. Na kama tutakwama hapa, for sure, these guys are going to continue with what they are doing. Sisi tutabaki kule nyuma, and we started well. Can you see what, is it SRS? SRS. Ule mama ule.
SRC.
Ameongeza waheshimiwa mshahara. Yes, SRC. Where are we going? Seriously, where are we going? Wameongezwa mshahara tena. Yet, we were against it. Am I still on the line?
Yes, you're on the line. Uchunga basi msichome nyumba ndugu yangu.
Okay, thank you. Hatutachoma, but najaribu kusema hivi, mnaona ule mama ameongeza waheshimiwa mshahara. What is it? We should be on the street. Kama tutakufa tukufe, wale watabaki wakijua enyewe. And I'm so happy. So my brother was telling me, why are you happy because of this? I told him, wacha tufanye hivi ndio Ruto ajue, ama even the next government that will come will know Kenya belongs to people. Kenya does not belong to a person. It belongs to people. It belongs to all of us, all 54 million, that we should govern this country. And the government is not for those who we elected. The government is for us. It is us who have employed them. So, mimi nawaomba vijana wenzangu, please, tusianze kuingiza ile siasa, wamefanya hivi. If it were me, tungeenda kwa street on Thursday, vile kufanyike, then on Thursday, let us go and occupy churches, let us stop these leaders from talking. Because even when they talk, they don't give us respect. They just talk anyhowly. Through that, one of us, or we will just posting the way we normally do, that from Monday or from this week, we are not going on the street because goons, government or whatever, have paid goons to come and attack our business. So from today, we are not going, but we will give the way forward, how we will go. Lakini wase tukiacha tu hivi, tutaonekana tumeshindwa, na for sure tukionekana tumeshindwa, itakuwa vibaya sana. Yet, this is the right time we are coming to restore this country. Kuna askari mmoja aliniambia, hebu mtupiganie pia sisi. Unajua sisi tuko tu kwa uniform, hatuna uwezo. So you see how tulikuwa karibu tuweke. Kuna askari mwingine na huyo ni jeshi wa rafiki yangu alisema kwamba unajua nyinyi endeleeni hata venye tumeletewa jeshi kwa barabara hivi, sasa ndio vizuri tutachukua inji na tuende nayo. Guys, we were doing well. Shida imeingilia, hata leo mimi sijaona wase. Tulikuwa hapa kwa space. What are we doing in the space at that time? Kitu saa 5, saa 6, saa 7 tuko kwa space. What are we discussing? When we needed to do it practically. People to see us. You see, when we are many, like when we were on the street on Tuesday, tulikuwa wengi sana, and we moved. When we were many people, we moved things. But wakati tuko wachache, wengine wako space, wengine wana argue na nani amelipwa, wengine wanasema nini. It is not good. Let us have one voice as youth of this country, and for sure, we are going to deliver this country for the better future of our lives. Thank you. We need the way forward about Thursday. Na nimewaambia, hata tukikufa, mimi nimekuwa huko juu. Last Tuesday karibu nilisikia tu risasi ilipita tu kwangu. Vip? So, let us work hard. Let us have one focus. Let us have one mind. Even Mr. President, kama kuna ule mwenye na spy mwenye ako hapa anasikiza, we are not against Ruto. We are against his government, and government is not Ruto. Government is us. So we are against the government, even the coming government, that wao wajiongezee tu mshahara. Sisi watoto wetu waendelee kuteseka. Nyumba zetu ziendelee kufungwa. Maji tuendelea kukosa. Yani hata health. Kuna mama pale OTC alikuwa anatoka damu. Can you imagine nilita polisi walikuwa hapo. Nilita mpaka OCS. OCS ananiambia wacha ambulance inakuja. Huyo mama akamwaga damu kwa sababu alikuwa na pressure, na wakati mtoto wake alipigwa risasi, so hiyo pressure ilipanda. Damu ikaanza kumwagika. Vijana wenzangu, hatuko mahali panapofaa. We need to do all means. Hata kama ni kuchukua ile to register wanasema 1 million vote. To register, tupeane, twende, tufanye hiyo kazi, tuanguke. Twende ile ingine, tuanguke. Mpaka 2027, returning officers should be us. Si mtu mwingine. Wale wa kuchukua sijui nini kwa hiyo IBC. Inafaa wawe vijana sisi. And we are educated. For sure we are educated. Hatuko kama hawaze. Ukiwaambia kitu wanasema nyinyi ni analog. Hamjui chenye mnasema. But if we can be in one accord, na tuseme tunaenda kuregister vijana hivi, na kila mtu aende, tuhamasishe wengine wote, na tuende kwa kuregister kura. My friend, after 1 million vote yenye so that tuende tupige kwanza vote of no confidence, my friend, tutaenda mbali. Hata Ruto mwenyewe atatetemeka, na hata sahi najua mahali yuko, anajua kimeumana. And I have said, we are not against Ruto. We are against the government, and the government has been putting some mzigo to us yenye hatuwezi beba. Unaona, hatuwezi beba hiyo mzigo kabisa. So Mr. Ruto, what we are crying for is good governance. Is good. We should have no corruption in the country. We should reduce. We should reduce hii mshahara ya MP wanapata na hakuna kazi wanafanya. Kazi yao wako na sitting allowance, wako na nini. Wakati watu wenye inafaa wao wanapata mshahara, wako tu pale wamekaa. Guys, hiyo issue ya leadership mtashikwa pale. Hapo ndio mtashikiwa. Mmeona group zote hii dunia mzima, kila kikundi kuna team leader. How team leader ndio wanakujua. Na wakishakujua vile huyo team leader anafinywa, huyu mwenye ako kama listener kama mimi, naona hakuna haja niendelea hiyo kikundi. Hiyo kikundi ni mbaya. Kwa hivyo we are against bad governance, we are against corruption, we are against politics in churches. In fact, after this, the people we should go for is churches. They should stop what they are doing. Mtu anaendesha Range Rover, anaendesha nini, and they are telling us that give so that you may be blessed. What is that? Is God a multiplier of money? He's not. In fact, God does not give money. God, what he does, he give opportunity on how to get money. So unless you go out there and get opportunity on how to get money, hao watu wanatufanya aje hii inji. Vijana, hii inji ni yetu, tuendelee kukaa na hiyo moyo. Alafu Peter, nimesikia ukisema on Monday we do this, on Tuesday we do this, sijui on Thursday it is about relationship, on what. Sijasikia ukiongelea hapo mambo, na siku moja tutenge pia iwe ya Mungu, kwa sababu inafaa pia tukiwe na uungu ndani mwetu ndio tuongoza. Unajua Ruto hana uungu ndani mwake, ile yake ni ya kujitanganya. Asanteni sana.
Asante Nick kwa hayo maoni yako. Naona Tomaso ako hapa. We have on Thursdays we have spiritualism sometimes, you know. But if you stay around for these spaces, you'll get to learn more. Tomaso, talk to us. Then we have Jules. Then we can have Pius Osoro talking to us.
All right. Habari zenu?
Njema labda yako.
Njema sana. So I'll just do a quick post analysis, and we initially the threat was the police, but now we've gotten at the second threat that infiltration ya criminals that are coming in. So when you started up this initiative, you started on a software whereby the online aspect, then now a physical aspect, what we call now hardware demonstration, physical demonstration. But now you now need to rethink and come up with a strategy, a different one. Now you put more emphasis on online, because now there is a problem. Because I stay in Mombasa and I've seen what has been happening. Criminals have actually burned down vehicles and so forth and so on, and things are getting messy. In such like scenarios, for everybody, we shall have what we call a blanket conclusion. The good and bad people will be put in the same basket, indicating that the intention is criminal. The element of criminal will take will have the what we call heavy. The weight will be heavy, and the entire mission and the entire intention that you had, a good intention that you had, will actually disappear. So we seriously need to come up with a strategy. If actually going physically in terms of demonstration has been infiltrated, you need to now think, how will you be?
Ala, Tomaso kwani amenyongewa mic? Hey, my lord. Ayo, can you hear him?
Sisikiki, mtu amenyoa.
No, since
Walikuwa wamekata kwa sola huko juu, lakini sasa imerudi. Talk to us.
Don't wanna sema we kulikuwa na people have come in as criminals, and now the intention will be actually the conclusion. We will have what we call a blanket kind of na everything itaenda vibaya, because now criminals wameingia na wanaharibu. So you seriously need to think if a hardware whereby we are talking about physical demonstration as a lot of hiccups, then you need now to put more emphasis on what we call software that will be online. So nyinyi mfikirie, you think about those lines, because it's always good to do a post analysis and see the threats, because the first threat was a police. It was from a police perspective. Now there's a second threat whereby now among the team kuna criminals. So you need to think whether we will be, how shall we be uprooting these criminals within the crowds, or if that one, because if it beats if it beats this mission, then you rethink and see, put more emphasis on online, what we call software. That's my submission. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Jules, talk to us. And I also want to hear, maybe for those people who are information specialists, the role of propaganda in all this, yeah. So probably if you are listening in on this and you can share, remember all requests that had been sent earlier on are null and void. So kindly re-request so that I can give you a mic and so you talk to us. Naona Jules Wanes ameenda, anata mwezi badilisha nickname naiweka to direct. Pius Osoro, how are you doing? I can't hear you, Pius. Are you there? Eyo.
Mike yake iko on, asisikie anything.
Oh, nilikuwa nashangaa kwani ni nini inaendelea hapa. Anyway, you guys can request the microphone still. We are still here. We ameenda Pius ni kama pia ata have kuri nani. Now, ayo kuna vitu kadhaa zimechange. I don't know if you know that we still have to pay an extra 10% on cooking oil despite the finance bill failing, and that is because the East Africa community increased its levies and taxes. Do you know that? I don't know if that you saw that.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, so you need to check it out. It's something that people have not been privy to. But look, it had most of those changes zenye zinakuja na finance bill. So it's just like finance bill 2.0. Yeah. Anyway, that's something we need to explore. Now, while we are still at it, I want to also talk about the game of politics and propaganda. Listen to this. Let me play my jingle first, guys.
This is the home run with PP.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen propaganda from both sides of this divide like no other. The government has been using bloggers and bots, some of which are here, some of which have been part of the comment section. And there have also been a group of people who have also been dropping a hint of misinformation. I saw there was a soundbite of 2 million in your wabunge alipewa that was actually fake from NTV. So there has been a silent propaganda kind of vibe that has been going under here. The government is telling people indirectly that to stay calm and not go for demonstrations. And then on the other side, there is also the sea of propaganda that is coming with those juu ametoka wapi. Kama leo Timber XO ya nani ya Oscar Sudi. There was nobody there, but somebody was reporting that it was banned. So such information being shared on the timeline is to polarize and to make the people feel some type of way. So I don't know what you guys feel about that, but I have been just thinking about the role of propaganda in all this. And is it positive? Is it negative? I'd like to hear from you, Ayo, and then maybe Willie Oeba. And also, if you are joining in, you can also request the microphone and talk to me. I know guys have been waiting, and I have not seen any requests. I've been losing my space, but I think now if you try to request, I can see you. Yes, Ayo. Well, as a journalist, what do you think? What do you think propaganda has played in these 2 weeks?
Okay, first of all, I hope you guys can hear me, yeah? And again, thank you so much for hosting this space and even allowing me to co-host, yeah? Number two, as a journalist, the role of propaganda, the role of propaganda in propagating or even, seeing this to fruition, like seeing the protest to fruition, it's either playing right for the government, or rather playing right for the public, yeah. And what I want to say is that propaganda has been has been spread, been spread on social media, and propaganda can be could be, in form of hate, and it has been used in the media, it has been used on social media, it has been used by the opposition here and there, not once, not twice. It has been used by the current government. And I'll tell you, it has even been used by the guys who are the bloggers who, are for this current government. And propaganda has really taken us backward. I know propaganda has been used to the advantage, has been used before to the advantage of the current regime and even the last regime and all that. But I feel for these protests, for this particular protest, propaganda has really been used to spread fear amongst every other aspect of these demonstrations and aspects of these themes that we are currently undergoing or undertaking in this country. It has really used to be as a momentum to spread fear. So what is fear? How is fear affecting the public right now? How is it affecting even the media right now? Those are some of the questions we need to ask ourselves, how they are affecting us directly or indirectly. For example, you must have, if you went for the protest today, compared to the first day of the protest and the second day of the protest. When I say this first and the second day, I mean the first protest that we saw on the first Tuesday, then followed by the second protest on the concurrent Thursday, and now coming to this week. I've been able to attend all these protests. And what I can say is we have seen what spreads on social media. We have seen people picking footages from Kitambo, bringing them today. That is all as a tool of propaganda. We have seen what other bloggers or what other influencers, when I say influencers, I mean people with the big wigs of social media, could be on Facebook, could be on Twitter, could be on Instagram, could be on TikTok, to spread fear, to spread hate, kugonganisha wase. That is all propaganda. And this government, current regime, has used it to its advantage. And that could tell you about the numbers that were on the streets today. As a journalist, I would tell you there's a completely, let me give it like a 40% drop in, attendance. A 40% drop in attendance when you compare the two last Maandamanos and this one of today. There was a certain drastic drop in the numbers of people that attended or rather came up or showed up for the Maandamano. Could be because of the certain shootouts that zimekuwa zikihappen. Mara kuna ma-snipers kwa buildings, mara kuna, and yes, they were there, and I am a living testimony of someone who saw a dead body drop next to me. It could have been me. I keep on saying this on Spaces. It could have been me, or it could have been someone else, but that bullet found that person that was next to me. Yeah, so hizi propaganda zinaenezwa, most of them are true. Most of them are to spread fear. Most of them are just neither here nor there. So I think there's so much work that we need to do as netizens to fact check news, to fact check numbers, to fact check data before we share them on social media, to fact check the videos before we share them on social media. It is quite unfortunate that accounts with big numbers would share something that is fake. And that is propaganda, And I think that is how I can handle that question from you, Pipi. unless someone else has something to say on that propaganda thingy. But that is my take.
Wow, true. I really concur. And just to add on what you've already said, so I did journalism in Mo University main campus, and when I was learning about yellow journalism, I learned about Christopher H. Stalin, and he wrote about the role of propaganda in World War One, and propaganda was used to arouse hatred or warn people or even morale. And in our context, propaganda propaganda has been used first by the media, terming the struggle as Gen Z liberation struggle was the first act of propaganda, either informal information or disinformation. But on this case, that was a malinformation. It was true, but they used it out of context. So the media used this so that it is favorable to set an agenda and create the best news angle, and to manipulate the stories. So also, on like the issue that was doing rounds today, and I have seen bloggers like Guido spreading malinformation, taking very old videos and sharing, trying to incite people in a sense. Maybe EXO is in flames. Whatever you do with this information is about it is upon you. So you're inciting people. You're using. Okay, the information is true. It happened, but it is out of context. So that is malinformation, and it is also propaganda. So it has been used by both parties. It has been used by the president on Sunday. He used, actually, that was a cocktail of propaganda. And also it has been used by our side so much, and it has worked for us and largely also against us. But also, like the stories about the snipers, it has worked against us. But yeah, so propaganda is a tool that has been there for the longest, and I have seen it in play even today. And today the government won, in quote unquote, using the propaganda, even sending the military out on the streets. It brought so much mixed reactions and misinformations, and it made people not to come to the streets today. So yeah.
And you're right when it comes to the business of misinformation that they've won. We have let them infiltrate us. Watu ni waoga pia. I think I said this when the finance bill was rejected, we lost half of the revolution because many people were against that finance bill in particular. So when that finance bill was gotten out, many people lost a purpose for them. They lost a purpose. And now that is why you're finding that it's easy to infiltrate, because they have also noticed that it being leaderless, it means it does not have a plan or a structure for it to be to be run. Anyway, I see we have Dr. Ambassador Ole Kaputa on the mic, and then Mwafrika, Shlubs, and Harry on the new mics. I'm going to let them talk to us 3 minutes tops, and then I'm going to stop you from that.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, first, I want to congratulate each one of you for making sure that you create time to be here. Secondly, to me, I think we are so much into discussing things that, of course, they are good, and sometimes they are not good because we are into stories instead of giving the way forward. And I believe we are all here to make sure that we look for a way that we can be able to make sure that our grievances are heard and we bring a change into this country. So I believe that we are all Kenyans, and our main objective is to make sure that whatever we want has been done. And today, of course, personally, I wasn't able to go for the Maandamano thing, and even the day before, I think it was on the other Maandamano, which was on Thursday. I was arrested in Narok because I was among the people that were there, and my main objective as to why I joined the Maandamano thing is to make sure that I be counted. If God is going to help us as a country, we must be counted in one or another. So now, I'm really sorry to have seen what has happened today and even on Thursday, that there are people that are taking advantage of ile kitu mzuri ambaye tumekuwa tukitamani, because watu wameona that it is time they also go and loot, which haitatusaidia as Kenyans, because at the end of the day kuna watu ambao hapa they have good motives, hakuna mambo ingine ambayo walikuwa wameweka, but sasa I pray and why can't we just look for a solution? Because actually kama ingekuwa ni mimi leo, mimi ningeambia watu tusikizane, tuelewane what next, because wakora wameingilia. So do we continue now kwenda kwa barabara, na sisi wengine ambaye tuko na roho safi, sisi hatuibi, sisi hatuna shida, tumesoma, tunaelewa what is going on, but now that wengine wameona kuna loophole, they are now taking advantage. So unaona sasa, for example, tumepata a lot of calls, unapigiwa unaambiwa wewe ndio kiongozi, na we all said that hii kitu agencies haina viongozi. Watu kama sisi ambayo tuko na majina, Mungu ametusaidia, but at the same time we only came out to demonstrate and to show that we can also do as other Kenyans, to show that we can speak ndio tusikizwe, not because we were leading, not because kuna kitu kubwa tunataka. The only thing we need is a change in this country, and I believe we can all at least look for a way ambayo itatusaidia. Let us not be so much on the social media kuongea all through from morning to evening na hakuna kitu inaimplementiwa. I don't think it is right. So we need a change, a serious change. We need to make sure that tumeongea na tusikike. Otherwise, that's what I wanted to say. Now let's remember that Kenya is our country. Let's remember that we want this country ikue pia hata kesho haitachomeka in any way, because there are people that are taking advantage. Unajua mimi nasikia uchungu sometimes kuona vitu zingine ambaye inatuumiza kama Wakenya, na sisi tunakubalia vitu zingine. Let us not allow this country to burn, because at the end of the day ikiburn tutaenda wapi? Let us not become like other countries. Now that pressure tumepeana ya kutosha, nafikiri sasa to me pressure tumepeana ya kutosha. If there are other means ya approach this thing in a way ambaye haita to cost wengine for no reason, kuwa pia watu ambao wako tu pale for the sake of being there, it will not help. Let us make sure that we act. Let us make sure that we implement things ambayo itatusaidia for the sake of tomorrow. Thank you.
Kuna mchezo wa town unaendelea hapo hivi, account moja kwa space mbili jamani. Anyway, Honorable Hassan, talk to us. Asante sana Ambassador for talking to us on that, and pole about your ordeal. Honorable Hassan, you have been trying to talk to us for a minute. Can you get me now?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pipita. You are doing a great job. Actually, first I would like to send my my condolences to our fallen who have lost their life in this struggle, and the Pipita and the people who have joined this struggle, because we are in a digital world. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much. Which way Kenya? Actually, we have started a revolutionary, because and we had an election just 2 years ago, of which many Kenyans thought that we elected a hustler who can understand our language, but the table have been turned. Well, after he have been sworn in, he said, when I put just down the Bible, I will go after the corrupt leaders. But he have never done it. Then he have never appointed any hustlers in his cabinet. He keep on lying. Which way Kenya? What we need is a president who works for the citizens. A president who doesn't work for IMF. A president who listens to his citizen. Imagine we have given our authority, our leadership to MPs. Look what MPs are doing. The president have manipulated our MPs. Someone is just saying on television that he is voted yes just to please the president. That is the situation in Kenya now. What we like to do as a citizen is now to reconstitute our IBCs so that we call all the MPs who have voted yes. We need an integrity. We need a leaders who has high integrity. Now we don't have any system in Kenya which is working, starting from education. Look at how our health system is working now. NHIF is gone. Leader Mama is no longer there. People are literally surviving. And someone, imagine, look at our agricultural sector. It has never been happened in history where we give the farmers a fake fertilizer. And our president is doing nothing. Let us talk the fact. We have started this war. This is the only country we have. Now, what they are doing is to buy fears in the struggle. And that's how they are counter-attacking us. We need to strategize. How can you be a coward? You have seen a police officer who's shooting a 12-year-old baby, carrying 8 bullets. Now, how can you be coward? And you have just seen a goons, and now you are trying to back down. No, the struggle must continue, but we have to change the strategy. We can block the main roads. We can boycott. You see, we can call out all MPs who have voted yes to harass Kenyans. Now, from next month, MPs are adding their salaries. You see, the ministers are adding their salaries. They are not even care. They don't even care about what Kenya is going about. Nobody is caring. That's why the citizen, as Gen Zs, we come up. We have to do something. We have started this struggle, and I think we have given William Ruto 5 years. That is a contract. Now it is almost 2 years and he have done nothing. I heard that he said he will come on a space. You guys, if you meet him, just tell him, we have given you enough time. You have done nothing. Corruption is still there. No system is working in Kenya. What? Dear President, just resign. We have hired you for 5 years and we have given you a contract of 2 years. You have done nothing. Kindly resign. Or else, do away with all your corrupt cabinets. Then you reconstitute the IBC. Imagine, as I'm talking now, I'm from Mandera County. One of my constituency, which is Banisa, we lost our MP almost 2 years ago. Now, he's not even caring about the whole constituency. You don't have representative in parliament. And nobody's talking about that. So, folks, let us not give up. As I wound up, we are here. Let us fight together as Gen Zs, millennials, so that we all have this country. If we need change, we cannot bring change just in 2 months or 1 month. It takes time. It needs struggle. So kindly let nobody lies to you. Let these goons who have been paid by some few individuals to infiltrate this struggle, to forget you why you have started this struggle. You have seen a police shooting a protest, peaceful protest, but you have seen a goons who are carrying material from supermarket, but the police is there just watching. You see, this is the order they are getting from their people who are in power. People who are giving this constitution, they are enjoying, give them the independence of that institution. But we don't have people in that,
Wind up.
people with integrity in that office. First, let us continue. No retreat, no going back, no we give up. Let this struggle continue, but we need to change the strategy. Thank you so much.
You are saying there has not been a by-election in your constituency for 2 years.
No, I'm sorry. We lost him on March 2023. Yeah, March 2023. Almost now
So
1 year.
this
1
is
year. Almost 1 year.
okay. That's terrible, and that's why we are advocating for the constitution of the IEBC, so that we can have such processes happening. I'm seeing guys are tuning in here. This is Home Run with PP happening every weekday 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. East African time. I see Mwafrika mkono juu pale, alafu we'll hear from Bundi Kotonya and Ismail. Go ahead, Mwafrika.
Sasa Pipita.
Poa sana.
Poa hata mimi niko poa. Actually, today I wasn't planning to go to the protest. I had some shughuli I needed to do in town. Karibu simu yangu ilikuwa naenda leo, lakini nimeshukuru nimefika home salama. Kwanza nimesikia ni Sagaja amespoti hizi magunzo walilipa 1K to stop watu. And also we need to have a strategy as well. You know, it's good we retreat kidogo, and then we know what to do with the exit plan here, and then we can continue with this revolution here that we're going through. Also, this idea of Tukwana leader, I think it's not a good idea, because if somebody is a leader in this revolution, atakuwa compromised. Also, Ruto is a big liar. I think we need to do something. We need to change this. We need to dissolve this parliamentary system here, because it's not working. We don't want the likes of the opposition, because right now the Badwangi, there was a ceremony they're degrading on this movement for their own personal gains. So we need to remove all these old people and somehow bring in these youths the way they want to have it. They want on how they want to run the government, this country. Also, we need, if he does come on space, we need to ask him about the fake fertilizer scandal, about the Finland scandal, and like allowances with the MPs, because it's too much. And yeah, he needs to reduce the salary, and he needs to listen to the people. And then on Thursday, let us strategize to Saizi, and then Thursday to talk here. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this point, if you've spoken, you don't even have to raise up your hand. If you've spoken, just kindly drop. We don't have to. I don't have to drop you. Kindly drop after you've done speaking, so that we just get new speakers. So we have a few speakers to go, 3 minutes each. Then after that, I will add up a new cohort of speakers. I have like 20 requests, guys. So just take your 3 minutes. We move on regardless. Yeah, after you're done, just drop, then we move on. PP, you have something to say, maybe?
No. I just want us to keep it at 3 minutes because also we are seeing the requests are a lot and guys are in my DM. Don't text me on WhatsApp. I'm not going to reply to you. I only reply to my mom and my girlfriend. Sorry. So yes, let's have a. Wacha bana tusiongelee vitu personal. Engineer, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you for this opportunity. I've been waiting for an hour plus, but I'm here now. So first and foremost, I think first is to commend everybody, whether Gen Z, X, millennials, alphas, anybody that has been supporting the cause. Not for any other reason, but because I think we are shaking the status quo. We had the Hustler Dynasty issue. Now it's beyond there. It's beyond that. The tribalism, 1 against 43. We are beyond that. What I think we need to do, which way, Kenya? I think it was good enough we gave these guys a surprise. We could be foolish to think that we've won. We haven't won. You see, Ruto can say, I'm going to give you heaven now. And the next minute, he's going to give you, he present hell, and he'll not even blink an eyelid. So I think we keep the pressure going. Probably the speed may slow down, but we know Sabasaba, there's something coming up. Probably Thursday, there's something else coming up. Right now, the game they have, I think, is to having participated in former in the past Maandamano, they know the pressure will start reducing over a period of time. So what they usually do is introduce the goons, pay the goons, murky the water, and then let it die a natural death. I think we'll give them a surprise if they realize it's not dying anytime soon. Now, of course, the destruction is regrettable. But you see, you're not going to have a discussion with a goon. The entire political class is full of goons. We expect some damage. It's too bad that people are losing life, which we are deeply regretful of, and people are losing livelihoods. I personally have been unable to do business. Really, it's a mess. But what is worse? Is it staying for the next 3 or so years without business? Losing your livelihood every day in a small bit, to the extent that you can survive, and having to live through it. Or do we just end this circus once and for all? For those that think that letting go of the finance bill was a win, yeah, it was a win, but it's time we got promoted to the next level. The next level is Ruto must go. It's foolhardy to think that we are going to push out CSS, Linturi, one after another. I don't know, we do a recall. First recalls are not going to work because then you have to play by the laws, by the rules. And IBC is not there. They can say to say they don't have a budget. They can say and say the signatures are drawings of donkeys. We are not going to play by the rule book, because when you play by the rule book, then you're beaten, before you even start. The thing is, if Ruto goes, he goes with his people. If he doesn't go, in the unlikely event he doesn't go, he will have the fear of God in him with his lot, with his lot. Whatever the loss, it's not time to stop, because the loss is not going to end just because we kept quiet. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you for that submission. As you've heard from Ayo, ukishamaliza submission yako, you just drop so that we can have more people coming over to the mic. I'm seeing a very long lineup of people. Ayo, are you up for the task to hear every Kenyan voice? Ama utataka kulala? Because naona number is bado watu ni wengi wanataka kuongea, about 20 something.
Wako 23 on my side. I'm up for the task, so maybe we reduce the time to 2 minutes each, yeah? Then we have people coming and going. I'll time you at 2 minutes each. So, I want to go on this order. Did engineer speak?
Oh yes, engineer is the one who has just left. So, yeah, we're talking to Jack, Stevenson, Schlab, Kenya, Daima, that way.
Did has Willie of Oeba spoken?
Yeah, Oeba has spoken. Oeba is keeping me
very
company.
nice. Yeah.
Let me even put him on Nani. You've thrown it out. Let me put him on co-host.
No, he's dropped.
Okay,
He's dropped.
I've sent him a co-host dongle though. Yeah. So anyway, we can start with Stevenson, Shlub, Mkenya, and Daniel in that order first, and then we'll add a whole panel of fresh new speakers.
Guys, 2 minutes each. 2 minutes each. Then I drop you. Let's do this.
All right, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. First of all, what I can say, the president knows everything that is that people are crying about. Anajua hizi vitu zote. The big question is, mbona nazilenga? Which me I like. Ukweli, the fact is, these guys signed the new world order. Ndio maana analenga hizi vitu, because Kenya has been sold. Ndio maana hata our goons wanaletwa kwa streets so as to justify the killing. Ipatie world, ipatie preso ile authority ya kisimama anaweza sema okay, kulikuwa na criminals, kulikuwa na watu wanaiba, ndio maana walikuwa wanashutiwa. It's a script that has been written. I was seeing somewhere ati population ya world inafaa kurudi to 500 million. These are part of the things. Ndio maana tunauziwa fertilizer fake. Yani hii script, hata tukiongea story ya IEBC, we've been there before. These guys are still going to go put their people there. 2027 itakuwa the same script. I'm so pleased by what guys have done. Yani ukiangalia the achievements in 2 weeks we've achieved more than our politicians. Watu tunasemanga daily wanatupigania, wamekuwa in quotes wanapigania from 1992, but it has never happened. But this time it may happen within 2 weeks. So mi venye kuna msaitu alisema wacha the fight has to continue, yes, but ni kurudi kwa board kuangalia how are we going to do it. Are we going to the streets? Are they going to continue killing us? Ama tufike bahali tufight hawa wase bahaka wenye wako hapa, to expose hawa wase, ingia kwa wase, expose hawa wase, wacha Kenyans waone the real picture of these guys, watu waone, cause bado kuna watu wamekuwa brainwashed to the point that hawaoni how these guys are fucking up this country. Watu tuonyeshe watu kitu watu wanadu, the way they are eating up this country. The other thing, let's starve them of the attention. Watu manze politicians wanapenda attention. Hakuna kitu wanapenda kama attention. The minute tunaanza kwa staff for hiyo attention, hasa watakuja kunyenyekea. Na the minute tuna expose to the world, wafike mahali ikwe tu kama majuu venye watu wana expose. Ifike mahali mpaka yani mtu haezi enda church, haezi simama kwa road ati anaongelesha watu, mpaka watu wenye wanapewa sotano, wanapewa 50 bob kutukanana, kutupa mamawe, hao wenyewe sense itaingia kwa kichwa yao, waanze kuona, because as much as tunasema watu wamesoma nini, bado watu wana divide vibaya sana, because politicians survive on propaganda and divide and rule, and that is how far we've gotten to this point. Because of hivyo ndo tunagawanyishwa. Tulikuwa tunagawanyishwa na tribe, last election tumegawanyishwa na class, tumefika hapa penye tuko sasa. Tumeanza kugawanyishwa sana na age, Gen Zs, millennials. Hiyo ndio vita iko. So these guys will always find a way. And one thing that we need to do, Ruto is very sharp. Hiyo ni we need to take it to the bank. The guy is very sharp. Ndio wanajifanya ati ni mafala, tunashinda tunasema ati yako na advisors wenye advice poa nini. Hizi ni strategy. Hizi ni vitu wasa wanajua. Ni venye wanajua Kenya, we make a lot of noise, but then there's no action. Sasa ndio unachekiwa sawa wameshtuka. Ukiangalia speech yake hiyo Tuesday venye alikam, the guy was literally shaken. Alikuwa amejua wenyewe this time ime happen. Design, it's a matter of just getting a different strategy, but the fight needs to continue and we need to identify how to go about it. Na history ya leaders, manzeni tricky. Because the minute leaders wako hapo, everybody, one thing I always believe in this world, everybody has a prize. Na the minute to take your door hapo, if you no make your gun, your bet is as good as mine. 90% of the people are going to go for the money. And that's why you're seeing the guys like Akina Gaddafi, the guys of like Akina Magufuli had to go. Because it's not a Kenyan thing, it's a world thing. We have these billionaires who think that their God, their deputy Jesus in this world. How do they decide who is supposed to live, how they're supposed to live, how the world is supposed to be, they're better than others. Hizi ndio shida tuko nazo, ndio unacheki hao politicians. Hata tukisema ati watu corrupt watolewe kwa system, hao watu wameachwa waibe so that the system holds their balls. Ndio unafanya Kenya unaambiwa, ndio unacheki parliament imejaa na watu wa wash, imejaa na watu corrupt, questionable authority, kwa sababu hizo ndio power yenye system iko nayo. Cause mi najua mi leo nimeiba, the next time I'm in power, nikifanya kitu ufala naambiwa MC, usiposaidi bill kesi yako zinaanza. Angalia hawa politicians, angalia mtu kwa Obado, the minute ana play ball kesi yake ina disappear, the minute analeta kichwa kesi inatokea. And it happens with all politicians. Watch the space, utaangalia kesi zozote zenye zinaenda court saa zile mtu anaongea against the system, but the minute you're playing ball with the system kesi zako zina disappear. So it's a long game that maybe even some of us will not even be able to live to see it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Stevenson. So we have, is this Schloops?
Yeah.
Schloops? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Right. PP, it's been long. Nimerudi. Hello everyone. Hello every Kenyan. Hadi. I'm a Kenyan at heart and a Kenyan by birth. So, there are a few things that I just like to put across. Like stuff ni. Oh, by the way, forgive my audio. I'm using a device, so inaweza kuwa my audio might not come out very well, but I hope you'll be able to hear. Let us be solution oriented. Like, as of this point, it's no time to keep on pointing out the issues. Point out the issues as we seek the solutions to those issues. Kavile sahi imetokea. It is the process. Every organic event, everything that starts organically and goes through a certain process has to face its challenges, and those challenges enable it to either die or morph into something that into the next stage. We can say it is the whole thing about entropy, when you start and how you will go on till decay. So we hope that this will not be the decay. It should not come this early. It should come after we've achieved our things. So right now we need to go on and start discussing about strategies. What are we going to do now that the goons have come? It is something valid that has popped up, and what are we going to do about it? What are the things we can do? Do we need to have separate regalia, a flag, a whistle to identify everyone who's peaceful? Do we need to have hats on? So, things like those. Do we need to stay in separate places and occupy specific places in that we are there, and if anything is thrown at us, we in unison throw it back or get it out, and we stay there and stay put, just like the way the likes of Wangari Maathai did with Freedom Corner. Those are the things we should be speaking about. And I'd be really interested if we start looking at such things that come in that manner. At the same time, let us also not be short-sighted that we'll only be reacting to issues that pop up. As we've seen, I don't want to call it organization, but as it has been right now, the organization of all Kenyans party to this protest. What can I say? Like, I was going to say something. Like, we have been active. Yes, we have been putting our demands first. Then it is the government that has been reacting. They now want to put us back into the corner where they were acting and our work was to react, of which they were expecting us not to do anything. As of now, we are active, and let us seek to be that way, in that they will react to our qualms, they will react to our issues, they will react to how we play the game. I'd also like to say that as of now, I have seen it also on another Twitter, another X post, that we are the greatest political opposition that the government is facing. So expect them to play us politically. They are not going to relent. They're not going to see this or sweep this under the carpet. They're going to fight us via every tooth and needle. They're going to throw everything at us. You're seeing they're now paying goons. Like, literally, you could see people coming out of City Hall. Yeah, you could see that when people were trying to loot, the police were just circumnavigating that area. But when you come out and you start pulling out your whistle, they wako hapo na wewe. Hata unashangaa plain clothes walikuwa hapo saa ngapi. So they're going to play everything, and it's gonna be a bit nini. Is there someone? Okay, sir, let me just finish. Yeah. As of now, we need to think about how to take it from them. This has been our own operation from the beginning. Let us not give them the power to decide how this thing will go down in history, how it will be painted. We are the architects of what has been happening, and we should remain so to the end. Starve the bad actors of attention. If anyone is not pursuing the course, just give them a thumbs up, not okay. Like, don't even read what they're going. Just reply, repost with a thumbs up na unatoka tu hapo. Inakuwa kama ile kitu ya K. Talk your stuff, tumekusikiza wazi, wacha si tuendelee. And with that, I think we will be moving towards the right direction. Right.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. But to see overrun, if you tell your time is up, please just cut it short. We move on. We after Shloobs, we have Mkenya Daima. Then we go to Harriet, Harry K. Then Jack G. Then no, not Jack G, but Damascus, please. So let's just go in that order. 3 minutes each. When I tell you your time is out, it's out. Then we just cut it off. We move on.
Good evening, good people.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
I hope everyone can hear me. Okay, mine will be quite brief because I don't want to repeat what others have said. First of all, it's something people ask about propaganda. You find it's affecting us positively and negatively, and you find most of the times propaganda occur when people don't have enough information, and so people are trying to come with all sort of information. So I would request, if possible, we have people like spreading the right information frequently to avoid these people spreading wrong information. That would be very helpful. And then if it's possible, we call out these people spreading wrong information. I think they will tone down and stop maybe spreading wrong information because people will be much informed. Again, I would request if we can have a strategic plan, and then we list our goals, our demands, whatever we want in black and white, so that people can be aligned to online to stop a situation where people are protesting against. Like, there's a disconnect on why some people are protesting. So if can have like strategic goals laid down and communicated to everyone, like, we are protesting because of 1, 2, 3 things. These are the things that we want to change, and these are the things. These are a list of our demands that we want government to implement. And that will be very good because one thing it will show we have that sense of direction. Secondly, my thinking about the goons. Now, I can see online is very effective, and at the same time, going to streets, it's as well effective. So I think we need to combine both. We need to have a way of how we are going to deal with these goons. These goons are not more than us, but people tend to fear them because you might find like 50 people are the ones that are affecting like all of us when we're in town. So we need to come up with ways. Are we going to fight these people directly, or how are we going to deal with them? Because we can let them take charge of our cause and mess it up. So we need to be courageous enough and face them directly. And the moment we attack even these groups, we attack them today, the next demonstrations will not be there. Even them, they fear. They are people like us. We don't need to give them time. Also, we say information is power. I think we need to also take time and go through, read about some of these that are happening. Like for instance, okay, it's gone finance bill, but you could understand some people don't know any area that it was contained there. Not only finance bill, there are other things that are happening in our government, about the expenditure that's going on with our government. We also need to take time and go through the budget and understand all these allocations. What are they for? And then from informed point of view, we have power to question this government. At the same time, you can even be following. There are some people who are doing very good job online, like Julian Samboko, who like dissects these bills and gives us a lot of information that some of us couldn't have gotten it. I think it would be important. Maybe you can follow such people and start reading something they are posting, because you find when we have information, we have real power to question this government and put this government in check. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping time. Next patient, please.
Okay, yeah. So this is Harriet. I am just going to go straight to the point. Number one, somebody said that we need to change strategies, which is true. But I also believe that in changing strategy, we also need to keep in mind the goalpost has not changed. It's still the same. We are cleaning this whole drain, and we are going to do it. I think it's a whole psychological mentality thing. If we go into this feeling defeated and wondering whether we are going to make it, we are not. So it has to start psychologically and mentally. We have to see us on the other side having accomplished this goal. So as the strategies are changing, as ideas are changing, let us keep the mentality of the victory is on our side. We are winning this thing and we are taking it home. Number 2, let us maintain the integrity of the movement. I heard somebody suggest about different regalias. Somebody else said that probably we should be sitting down when we go for Maandamano, whatever that looks like, for us to continue to reinforce the demarcation between us and the goons. Let us do it so that it is clear as day we are not on one side with this government. Clearly, it has decided to go straight to hell with integrity and protecting the sovereignty of this great country. And the problem is they are continuing to tighten their own noose without them knowing, which is fine. It's actually working in our favor because watu wako na macho na tunaona, and the world is seeing clearly there is no way the peaceful protesters were of this side. It's very evident. Okay, so if we have to keep on digging that whatever hiyo mtaro ndio tuonekane tuko on very different lines, however that looks like, let us continue to do it. The last thing is, I'm very proud of us, those of us who are out in the streets on social media, tweeting, retweeting, sharing bila kuchoka. That is the Kenyan spirit. And Ruto and the thugs and everybody else who is trying to make this country be what it's not supposed to be, they will not kill the Kenyan spirit. That is what is keeping us going. And it's they have been wondering, where is the head, where is the tail? It's not a key. It's just a key thing that nobody can figure out. And it will continue to push us to the very, very end. So I just want to encourage all of you, and I'm very proud of you. I love you all, and we will see this thing through. It might be slow, but it is steady. Okay, kwaherini. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping time. Asante sana. Next.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Here, today I can just give my assessment. I've been CBD, nimezunguka, nimeenda Koinange Street, nikateremka na Mwende Bingu, nikakuja na Moi Avenue. And all I've seen is everything that happened today went against our plan. And as from the other group, I was saying if we even could communicate in codes so that we can differentiate ourselves from the goons. Because like these guys, whatever amekuja kuinfiltrate, unaangalia whoever metuinvite kwa conversation anasema we need to talk, we need to discuss and find a solution to all this. Are the same people who are sending goods to infiltrate so that they can paint us bad. So one thing I'm advising is, let's push it. Let's go for it. We are not going to relent because we are here for change. Me, as I have said, and I said even yesterday from another X-Space, I said, not all of us might be remembered, not all of us might see a positive change in our life because, one day we are prepared to pay that price. We are here to pay the price so that for the coming generation or the other people who will come in after us, like the likes of Rex, is not here to enjoy the whatever changes that has happened today, but there are those people who will appreciate and say, okay, there are people who sacrifice their own so that for us we can enjoy it. So for me, what I can advise or encourage us is that let's push it to the very end. Let's not be scared of anything. Let's know that for any change, for any positive outcome, there is a price. And unless you're not prepared to pay that price, then we can relent and say, okay, let's go for option 2. Because for me, like when people are saying, oh, this guy has invited us for X, who said we're going to discuss anything with him? Who said that we are going to have a conversation with him? Because the other three conferences that he has asked, I thought he would cleanse himself. The first one was anger. So the second one, I thought he will cleanse himself and say, oh, yesterday, or no, out of anger, I say this and that, and like that. No, like you have to give a reason, like, you have to give some excuses. Nothing happened. That time, this guy comes to national TV and is asked questions. And whatever he says is like, no, this guy treats us like garbage, like he doesn't care about us. So, I'm really sorry I'm taking too much of your time. But one thing for me I've said.
The time is up.
I'm sorry. Okay, we can finish it tomorrow. There was something else to say, but it's okay. Good night.
Sir, thank you so much. Good night too. Let's go to the next patient, please.
Simba.
Okay, thank you. For me, I think what I have to say is from the first time that the president considered, I think most people were aware that for him to concede, it was the start of his war against us, who he considers his oppressors. So we can expect a lot from the government. It tried to, first of all, divide us. And then now it has gone to the next step of bringing guns into our protests. What I would urge everyone is, let us first of all remember our cause, what we are fighting for, so that when these other people, whether, especially as youth, when somebody comes with sideshows, in as much as we are calling them out, let us remember they are still part of our team. It is us against the government. The main enemy is the government, because they are the ones who are doing these things to us. So going forward, let us try so that we can keep on course, because they'll try even other means. It's not just guns and everything. They'll also try, they'll go steps ahead, and they might go even to very, very great lengths to try to subdue us. So that is one. And the next is, when it comes to protesting and everything, everyone is the other's keeper. It is for you to know what you're there for, to know who you're with. And I believe that these guns, like the case we witnessed today, in Mombasa, there was some very bad scenes today. Some people lost their property. But those things could have been dealt with even before they even started. For example, one person, the person with a gun in Mombasa today, he's the one who gaslighted everyone into doing what they did. Or there were guns, but there were also good people in that crowd. So going forward, for me, what I would urge is the government is actively trying to divide us, and they will use all means. Either they know right now they cannot divide us by religion, they cannot divide us by tribe, they cannot divide us by dynasty, I don't know, as hustlers. They know all that, so they'll try other means. So for all it's worth, let us always remember what we are fighting for. And once a call comes, for example, like today, people started saying, let's just go home, because we were overrun by guns. And that, I think, was a very good step. And everyone who obeyed and went home, so that we can strategize. But once we do, let us always be together and know that our main purpose is to come and tell the government that this is what we want, and if you don't do this, then we don't have any other option but to come to the street daily, tomorrow, the other day, whatever you do. I think that is my main point, and it's what I think has been our main point of weakness, that we are getting divided, and this is something that we anticipated, and this is something even in the coming days we know they'll try also to do. So that is my input for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Ayo, where are you headed?
Yeah, I'm done with Damascus, so I think my next... Just a moment. I was just...
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Allah.
Pipi.
Oeba, can you hear Ayo?
Willie, can you hear me?
Fiber. Anybody who can hear me, please throw 100.
I can hear you clearly.
I can hear you.
Very
I
nice.
hear you clearly.
Very nice. So let's go to Jack G. After Jack G, we go to Hannah, then Hickman Academia, then Jungle, then Kowino later.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think the first thing I would want to do is I want to pass my condolences for the people that have lost their lives in the struggle. I think what I would want to mean is there's something that we call political conmanship. But I think the politicians have another meaning for it. But I think my meaning means that these guys, now they're looking for who are the leaders, so that they can try and hijack this thing. They pay off people and then they move and then they're able to control this thing. So I think over the times, how we have been able to, in this country, what I've seen in the past, how we've been able to manage this kind of a scenario, because I think it was there in the previous regimes, like the Moe regime, is when people come together, like they came this time round, and then there was these people are speaking in the same voice, and there's the clear change that they need. So basically, so what it means is that the current regime, I think, is at the epitome of the political conmanship, where they come, they tell you they are going to do this. They tell you in the words that you want to hear, and when it comes to implementation, they do the exact opposite. And I think that's why now we are where we are. And I think there's somebody who said that we need to go by the books, by the rules, and also out of the rules. So first thing I'd want probably we think about is we come with the bare minimums, because right now what we're exercising is in the first it's in our constitution in terms of we're exercising the power as the sovereign. So the first thing we should come, and there's nobody who can deny that opportunity for us, is to come up with the bare minimums. One of the main bare minimums that I think we need to point out in this country is corruption. We say everybody who has had public money to have a framework in which they need to return the money within, let's say, 45 days. So we give that, and then we say that, yes, we need this money returned, and then we have a very clear framework that is done on how people should be able to do that. So then from that point, we come up with various, for example, the MPs, the second thing is about the MPs. The MPs, they've said that they don't represent the people, they represent the president. And that's why they are doing according to what the president is saying. So they don't have any, their use is it's no longer there for the common mwananchi. So I think the another bare minimum would be, let's recall these people, let's abolish or do away with this parliament. Then the other thing is that in terms of the pressure, in terms of now that they are bringing in the conmanship I'm talking about, they are bringing in the goons. Tomorrow they will try to set one tribe against the other, because that's how they do it. That's how they control the balkanizers into political ethnic groupings, and then from that way they are able now to manipulate us, divide and rule. So these are the same tactics that were being used by the colonialists. So basically, what we should do is we should make sure that now, apart from now if goons are coming to the street, we still continue putting the pressure. But also, we also need to make sure that we have other venues, other means. For example, there's something that is called in the Senate. It's called the Oversight Committee that deals with how money has been used in the counties. And it's led by Kajwang, and also Sifuna, I think, is also in that committee. So basically, what happens is in that, you hear what happens in those counties. There's a budget that is called others, and there's no clear explanation. So I think it's also, as we also need to make sure that we are putting pressure on the counties, on the MPs, on how they are utilizing the CDF funds. So we continue the pressure, that the pressure is multifaceted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to cut you short because your time was almost up.
Asante sana, nashukuru. Let's go with the line, guys. If you remember the order, let's go to Malizet. We bring in new cohort of speakers. Aya, mmesahau Hickman. Are you still there?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm here. Thank you, PP, for the time. Just I want to bring to attention. I see we've been addressing a lot of issues that are affecting us, and unfortunately or fortunately, we have two. Okay, I'm seeing around two. I'm seeing around two intelligent officers here. We have Shelilo. Shelilo is an intelligent officer, and we know it. And then we have German. Ametoka sijui kama ako Shelilo. She has run away. And then we have German blogger. These two.
No, Shelilo bado yuko hajatoka.
Huyo ni intelligence. So when you address,
Umejua vipi?
listen to me. Address that person. Address any issues that you may have. Address her. If I'm lying, give her the mic. Ask Pipita to give her the mic so that she can so that the account can address her.
Sio peke yake, hata mwenye ako chini yake pia ni investigative agent.
Yeah, including the German blogger. Yes, the German bloggers.
Na huyu Lotus nani?
No, what I'm sure is the Shelilo and the German bombshell. Those ones I'm sure. Anyway,
okay, ngojea. Hickman, mi nimeona another account ambaye ana hostingi Pipita. Are you there? Somebody else who does somebody else who does host spaces, and I've actually co-hosted with him several times. Nimeona saizi kwa timeline yangu ameandika Shelilo unataka nini, because she never speaks and she sits there hours and hours.
No,
and
they
hours.
collect the data, they collect the information, and then they go and that is why, or that is how they beat us in this, because we talk, they take the data, they go sit down, and then they go with facts. They go and tell them this is what they are saying, this is what they've learned. So when you address,
also remember to give King James. Also remember to give King James the space to talk.
But Shalilo anakuanga kila hata saa hii kwa space yo sama si yako. Like he's in all the spaces right now.
So anyway,
how does one account manage to join all those spaces at the same time?
That is what I'm trying to tell you. The German ina ameshatoka. Shele ametoka. No, wanatoka wakirudi. They are leaving and they're coming back. Anyway,
Angalia, it's very simple. It's very simple. Pipita, can you not just kick them out of the space?
We kick them out?
Yeah, why not?
Yes, and what if there are other NIS agents in the space?
But the ones people will notice, every space should kick them out. If they find out, they will be kicked out.
I'm going to start with this.
Yeah. Consider even King James.
King James, afanya nini?
Consider also kumtoa hapo.
Oh, hiyo pia ni plant.
Juu nimeona two accounts, nimeona huyo host pia Pipita akicomplain akimuuliza Shalolo, I don't know, wewe ni nani, mbona uko kwa space na uongei? Now she's in two spaces at once. It's not possible. Alafu haongei. I was actually looking at that message kitambo wiki jana mentioned. So I think people should start kicking them out.
She's already left. Together with the German. I was sure of the two, Shali and the German. Anyway, that aside,
I'm putting
German bombshell yuko bado. Unasema ametoka wapi?
I'm removing with the red. Let me see where they are. So you better run before I get to you, man. Okay. Gotcha.
Anyway, I think it was my time. Because I'm busy kidogo. Can I finish and then simply rush up?
Okay, who is that?
Hickman.
Melissa, then we can go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for the time. You realize for the past 2 days, in the initial 2 days, it was all peaceful, it was all fun until the goons and the people who are paid by we don't know, we are not yet sure, but we are also compiling a list of people who may have
who may have a hand in sponsoring these goons. And probably by Friday we shall have a comprehensive report of how money was exchanged. But as at now, what we are sure is that they've been giving them 500 bob, 500 bob, 500 bob, but we are not yet sure where exactly the source it could be from the ministry. We are not yet sure, but by Friday we shall have a comprehensive report. To the next thing, what is happening now? We can't change the fact that he has proved his arrogance. That one we can't shy away from. So all I'm asking is for persistence, and just let's continue fighting and never fear anything. I think if God is for us, nobody can ever be against us. Thank you, people. You're tuned on.
Okay, thank you for that. Ayo, can you hear me now?
I can hear. I've been hearing you. When do unisikia? Unanisikia sahi?
Sasa nakupata. Hata Weba?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You have something to weigh in before we go to Kowino?
Not really. I'm getting so much information. I think after some times I'll have something to weigh in.
Okay, sawa sawa. Kowino, habari yako?
Nzuri sana Pipi, jambo.
Jambo sana, karibu sana huko.
Asante sana. Mimi niko hapa nataka kuuliza, I think I want to say that I'll start by asking, did we win? Somehow we won because the first goal ilikuwa ni reject finance bill. Hatujui kama iko fully rejected ama iko fully pulled down, but I think that was first major stride to win. But after that, what was our next course of action? So I'll ask, were we carried away by the sweetness? Did we try to punch above our weight? Because after that, probably we thought tumenini sana, tume achieve what we achieved last week. So we thought we can achieve everything in one protest. Maybe the next protest tunaweza toa president, the next one to toa MPs, the next one to toa CSS and everything. So all is not lost. Today, whatever happened, it was not good. Ilikuwa town, I saw what was happening and I left mapema. I singetaka kuwa part of protest yenye goons wana interfere ikaeni kama sisi tuna loot vitu, because wale hawakuwa watu wa maandamano, watu walikuwa wanasnachiwa kila kitu. I saw a girl kando yangu alikuwa snatched simu yake na akaenda nayo, and when people started shouting mwizi, all they do wanakimbia, nao wenye wanakimbia ni watu wao. Ukifika huko unasikia wakisema mjaribu kumpiga muone. So uwezi niambia hao ni watu wako wamejipanga. Those are completely hard people. Hao walikuja na agenda yao, walikuwa wanavunja maduka za watu and all that. It was like ilikuwa very ugly since ungekuwa town. So nataka kuuliza, are we exposing too much? I think we are, because ukiangalia the first protest last week na ile the previous week, protests zilikuwa successful. Do you know why? Because we never exposed too much. Sai kila space, everyone has ideas of what they want the protest to look like, and that is why tulimalizwa leo. That is why nothing was successful today, because we've exposed almost everything, everywhere we are going, everything. Mpaka ushasema uko na wisoli ya green, unaenda kuibulo hapa mpaka hapa, na uimbe wimbo ya taifa hii distance mpaka hii distance, na hii distance ingine unaenda kushout Ruto must go, na hii distance ingine useme Ruto dinyo ama Ruto fuck you. So like they know every single thing we are going to do, and that is why walikuwa wamekona watu. Ukiangalia today, the population that was in town was not the population ilikuwa town last week Tuesday. Why? Do you know watu walioccupy parliament aje? Because the forces did not see it coming. Ilikuwa town last week Tuesday, watu wakioccupy parliament, and nilikuwa nayo na 6,000 tulikuwa pamoja. And if you want to know how it happened, ni the moment watu waliingia bunge, all the police that were in the streets walikuwa withdrawn from the streets wakaenda saidia bunge. Hapo ndio looting pia ilianza. So these people never expected hata hiyo parliament itakuwa occupied, but it was occupied because we did not expose anything. We did not tell them we were going to do it. So if all these spaces, everyone has ideas, kila mtu akona idea, everyone has a plan. Kisai kila mtu, hata ukiingia, mtu akikuja hapa atakwambia mimi naona tufanye hivi, next week tuende hivi, tukimbie Moi Avenue, tuingie Kimathi Street, wakitufuata tutoke sijui wapi Harambee Avenue na tutoke hapa ndio tu occupy sijui State House. It will not work. When ukienda vita, when you are going to war, don't ever let your opponent know what you are thinking. Don't let them read your mind. Weka tu compost, wasijua unafikiria nini. You will be successful, utashinda hiyo vita. But for us, we've let our opponent know. Na how tunajua they have all the armory yenye wanaweza tumia. Sisi we can only beat them with words and shouting Ruto must go. Au wanaweza tumia live bullets. How many people are going to risk their lives pale nje wapigwe risasi, and maybe their families depends on them? There are people here on this platform, I'm not criticizing anyone, but there are people wenye wako in a position of kwenda maandamano, but wamekuwa ki-incite watu, wakiambia tu okay, for lack of a better word, let me just say incite, wamekuwa wakiambia watu twende maandamano, but when ikifika time ya maandamano, utapata hawako maandamano. Wako Twitter tu, probably wana incite, wanasema anachukua hata video kwa time kwa nini ayo akipost video, akiupload video, because maybe akona 50,000 followers na ayo akona 4,000 followers. Ayo akiupload video sasa yenye ikona 38 views, yashachukua, amedownload, amepost kwa account yake, imepata 1,000 views. Wewe utafikiria yeye ndiye ako kwa scene amechukua hiyo video. So watu wanachochana sana, but they are not in the ground. Hawako kwa ground. So kitu naweza sema ni tuache kila saa tukikuwa kwa space tuko like tufanye hivi, we do this, what. So what is the next strategy? The next strategy is we don't say what the next strategy is. Watu wakae kama wajinga, tuone kama finance bill itakuwa withdrawn, then people take next course of action, because hizi tunafanya kwa hizi spaces venye tu umesema, hata mto yao Shalio ama sijui nani ama sijui General ama Lotus kwa hizi spaces. Let me tell you one thing, hata mkiwatoa bado kuna accounts hapa. That one account that you are not suspecting ndio ina collect intelligence hapa ndani. So hata tukick nani hapa out, intelligence bado itakuwa collected.
Lakini ngoja nikuulize, kama huyu Lotus, PPT na Ayoi, kuna namuona kwa hizi spaces, but you see when you really know that it is somebody is following you. I was in a space that watu wanaongea Kisomali. Niambie, Lotus anajua Kisomali. She stayed in that space for 2 hours. 2 hours, my friend. Anajua Kisomali.
Hana, let me tell you. Account ya Lotus na account ya Shalio nimeiona wakati wa kwanza Vibe Central ikianza, initial Vibe Central 2021 na Whiskey Gang. Those two accounts have always been there. So hizi ni account nimeziona
kwanza. Anaelewa Kisomo jameni. Hata kama ni Kiswahili ni sawa, Kizungu ni sawa. Watu wanaongea Kisomo, anaelewa Kisomo. Amekidi kwa hiyo space na ni walendo watu wa Somalia.
But I think
yeah, so hizo ni account zinakuanga kwa kila spaces.
People join spaces to network.
But nobody is talking. No, I don't believe she understands Somali. These people actually was a Somalia space. They were they wanted me to tell them what was going on in Kenya, and people were talking in Somali. Demo make hapo mimi nashindwa Allah nime notice account juu najua. I'm thinking, I've seen this account somewhere. And imeka hapo paka space imeclosiwa, I say. Hiyo ni mchezo.
Yeah, so mimi nikimalizia naweza sema I think we did our best. We've tried. Hata hiyo today we've tried. Probably giving up is not an option, because if we give up we will be terrorized. But all I can say is, number one, let's not try to punch above our weight. One struggle at a time. Because pia ni kama tumelose goal yetu. Wengine wako street, Ruto must go. Wengine wako streets kutoa parliamentarians. Wengine wako street kufanya. So watu wako na different goals, because the fact that hatuna leader haimaanishi hatuwezi kuwa organized. Hiyo ni kitu moja tunafaa kujua. The fact that we don't have a leader doesn't mean we can't be organized. Kila mtu wako na plan. Hata juzi mliona plan ya Miguna, pia nilisikia alikuwa na plan yake. But where is he? He wants 10 million people on the street. Will he be the 9,999,000 person? ama yeye ndiye atakuwa anajaza hiyo the 10th million person. Hizo ndio vitu tunafaa tukue tuna consider. So kila mtu asikuwe na plan, because if we all have plan we will fail terribly. So if we want to win, tukue na strategy mzuri, na hiyo strategy isikuwe inatoka kwa kila mtu, na tusi expose strategy yetu. Let us just be smart people. I believe kila mtu amesoma kwa hizi platform, because si kila mtu wako Twitter. So I believe watu wako Twitter wanajua vitu wanafanya. So let us just try to be smart, na tuache kuonyesha kila mtu kila nini, because hapana, I think we've exposed too much the fact that we achieved what we achieved last week on Tuesday, na president akabidhi finance bill on Wednesday. Tulikuwa tunajiona ni kama sasa tumekuwa, ule boxer alikuwa anaitwa nani? Anyway, let me enter na WWE. Tulikuwa tunajiona ni kama sasa sisi ni the Undertaker. Hakuna mtu anaweza tupiga. Yani sisi ni the dead man. Sisi tunaweza walk hadi State House. So please, let us be organized. Let us not expose too much. Thank you.
Thank you. PP, I'd like to weigh in. Sisi si Undertaker. Gavandi Undertaker. Gavandi inaua watu. Wajinga hao. Sisi ni Stone Cold ama John Cena. So
wewe wacha bwana, Undertaker ndio the greatest bwana.
Kowino, I'd like to reiterate what you said before we go to the next speaker. Hiyo party ya ku-organize and being strategic and loud people who went for Maandamano on Sunday. Watu wakujua, hata watu wa Twitter wakujua, si tuliona tu watu maandamano on Sunday, and that was amazing because tunaweza organize a very few group of people and we do something very impactful. But hiyo yenye tuna announce ina hit a snub saa zingine, because now they are, kama mmesema hizo accounts zenye ziko mpaka kwa space za Kisomali, hiyo basi ni noma. Alafu yeah, so that's it.
So in short, Omera, na uko kwa village, nasikia tu makuku hapo kwa Osera zinapiga nduru. Anyway,
ndio nasikia makuku, karibu niulize, tena unasema kuku ya nini?
Jamani,
ni ringtone kwa
ringtone.
Hivyo. So alafu nilikuwa nataka hata mmenikumbusha story ya kuku. Mnacheki vile macoffin ziliingia kwa CBD leo. Mpaka wasiwagava wasi wenye tuna nini nao, kila mtu anashangaa hizo coffins zimetoka wapi, and it's one of us who did that. Pia hiyo kwa hiyo strategic hivyo inaweza sana.
Has it been known nani aliweka hizo coffins? But kuna mtu hapa anajua, nasikiza aende kusema teacher ni walimsema jana.
Ni Kioko Mbuvi Sonko.
In short, mnasema tukue unpredictable kama Raymond Reddington. The nigga survived 56 years running away from the cops. Was never caught.
Unajua kwa nini? Unajua vile Ivar the Boneless alifanya venye walienda Wessex, hawakujua venye watapigana. My friend, be smart.
Let's move on to the next speaker. Wemze Academia. Tafadhali kama umeshaongea, don't request the mic. Maze niko na almost 10 people wana expect mic. Kama ushaongea tumesikia sauti yako, please just shuka tu bana.
How can I seed the mic? I need to seed the mic. How do I seed it?
Acha nikutoe. It is not that difficult. Kama Harikesi ulikuwa ushaongea? Na ume request hapa. Tafadhali kama umeshaongea, don't request the mic. I will not accept you. Moving on swiftly. Academia, are you there? Please give us your 2 cents in 3 minutes. Then we move on to the next speaker. Academia. Academia going once, twice, thrice. The 4th time. Let's move on to the next. Abdul Rahim Ibrahim.
Yo. How you guys doing?
Good. Yeah, you are audible enough. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Asante sana. First of all, mimi ningependa kutoa comment kuhusu the event that happened today. Unajua as much as we want our voice to be heard, tumesikika sana. Alafu kitu ingine ni kuna watu wameinfiltrate the entire nani yenye tulikuwa tunapigania, to the point where by now tumekuwa nobody now believes us anymore. Unaona, imekuwa sasa hata tukisema tunatoka tena kwenda kuitisha haki or having a peaceful demonstration, a lot of people will be skeptical. Even parents now will be skeptical for their kids to go out, to be honest, because what we've seen today, for example, in Mombasa and other parts of the country is very disgraceful. Mine is just to have a discussion, an open discussion as youths, is tusikubali watu wachome nchi. The guys that did whatever they did today is something that ukiangalia kama, for example, Quickmart was vandalized in town na Mombasa, Mtwapa. So it's a multinational company. So that's a very big investor ambaye ameajiri watu wengi Kenya. So you can imagine if that like investors kama wa 10 watoke kwa nchi, again we are losing the plot, because some people wameamua kuingililia katikati ya peaceful demonstration, wakaamua tu kumagwa watu, and then si eti most watu wengine pia si eti ni government imewaleta ndani. Kuna wengine they are just muggers. Unajua kuna watu wengine tu they take advantage of every situation. Wakiona sahi hapa kuna waizi wanaingia, pia hawa wanajua nimepata unga, wanaingia. Unaona? And for example the guy in Mombasa, unaona kuna watu wengine hata leo CBD, Mombasa CBD, unaona watu wanatoka na marungu. The guy came out with a gun. Everybody is scared because you don't know nani ndo atakuja next akuataka kuibia mali yako. Unaona? Na hatuwezi sema watu wengi wanafanya biashara na gava. For example the guy of Mombasa Cafe Point, because I regularly napitia hapo kukula my breakfast nikiwa Mombasa. Ni mtu unaweza sema ameanza chini. Unaona? There's a guy that ameanza chini. So akikuja magiwe whatever livelihood amekuwa akiwork all those years, for example let's say 10-15 years, in 10 minutes kila kitu iende ichomeke. Unaona ni hasara. There's a guy in town alikuwa analamika bookshop yake imeibiwa. I don't know, like mtu ameanza chini tu, youth kama sisi anauza vitabu, ameibiwa kila kitu. So unaweza imagine youth kama huyo hata ikosa tukimwambia kesho ni aje tunaenda kutetea kitu, atasema hapana, nyinyi majamaa mlituibia. So we need to have a discussion. Who are these people ambao wanaingia katikati yetu? Na mostly mimi naona ni mavijana wako ghetto, wanatoka tu alafu wanaona ni aje tumepata opportunity leo kwenda kuibia watu, wacha tuende tuibe. So I think that's the discussion we need to have, rather than having a discussion of ni nani ndo analipa majamaa nani. No, we need to tuwatoe hao watu katikati yetu. We make sure like we find them and we ask them ni aje, ni nani amekutuma? Haya, wewe ndo umejituma, haya pambana na hali yako. Okay, thank you.
Let's have is Academia back? If Academia is not back, let's have Jubilant. No, not Jubilant, but Jungle Advocate, Jubilant, Barrister, then Yaradwen.
So thank you everyone. I appreciate that we are all here. I appreciate the spirits of our brothers and sisters, but we cry for those who've lost their loved ones. However, in any revolution, you have to remember that blood must pay the cost. So, first of all, let me introduce myself. This is Jungle Advocate. I'm not an advocate. I'm just an entertainer. And you can follow me on YouTube, Jungle Adventures 001. We are doing great job between China and Africa. Jungle Adventures 001. You can follow me on YouTube. So going back to the matter of the day, I have realized that there's nothing that excites us like talking. I'm sorry we are getting addicted to talking. We are becoming storytellers, and this is becoming very serious. You have to remember that there's a saying that outlines that faith without action is dead. Faith without action is dead, and this is very serious. But before we go into action, we need to reason out. And for us to reason out, there are elements that we have to put across. So the first element is logic. We have to be logical. We are supposed to separate ourselves from emotional. The second aspect is practical. We have to separate ourselves from being illusional. The third aspect is objective. We are not supposed to act under assumption. So people said that Ruto is the same guy, but I can tell you things have changed. We cannot assume that Ruto is the same guy. If he withdrew the bill, then things have changed. Even he's going to have more enemies from his inner circles. So I want to submit to you that we have to be knowledgeable of the Kenyan constitution. Otherwise, we shall be talking too much and nothing shall progress. If we are talking about having a conversation with the president, what will be the yields of the conversation? So we have to ask ourselves, are we going to articulate a point, then stay for a month, then articulate another point? It will be very irrelevant and it will be waste of time. It will not be objective. However, I heard somebody talking about the bare minimum. Our bare minimum is highly covered in the constitution. For us to be effective in whatever we are doing, we have to abide by the constitution. The reason I'm telling you this is this. There's no any Commonwealth country that has ever been overthrown, apart from the Francophones. Any country that was colonized by the Britons has never been overthrown, either by the military or by the civilians. Do your research and you'll get back to me. So if we are going to the streets, we have to ask our questions. Are we going to the CBD or are we going to the State House? And if we go to the CBD, what is our objective? And if we go to the State House, are we going to be in a position to kidnap the president and make him captive? Is it possible? So we have to be logical. So I have to make my submission as I conclude. There's an article in the Kenyan Constitution. The article is 257. You have to go through it. It is called the Popular Initiative. Amendment by Popular Initiative. Article 257. It gives us the power to have everything that we want in place. For example, I had decided that I will start collecting signatures to impeach my member of the parliament. But I went through the clauses that allows me to impeach my member of parliament, and I got it is almost impossible for me to do it because they have covered themselves. And we are limited to an extent that the president cannot be impeached through the citizens directly, but through their representative who are the members of parliament. So we are confined. For them, they've got leverages. They've got an upper hand over us. But
your time is up.
We have to be smarter than them. Let us initiate the constitution of IEBC. Then let us have an initiative of amending the constitution through the popular initiative. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Really appreciate. And guys, if you've talked and I've dropped you, please don't request. There are other requests coming in. Who was next? Let's go in that order, please. Barrister, are you there?
Jubilant.
Jubilant, sorry. Sorry, Jubilant.
Asante sana. Sisi naitwa Jubilant Stewards of Africa, but mimi naitwa Jared. Mimi ni mkurugenzi wa masuala ya programs and communications. Okay. So just a quick one.
Anaongea Pipita.
Namsikia. Yeah. Nizungumze Kiswahili ama Kizungu?
Wewe ongea, tuendelea.
Haya, asante. Sasa kwangu nadhani ile kazi ambayo tumefanya ni kazi mzuri. Haswa, I just want to echo what the other speakers have said. One, as we do whatever we are doing, let's not throw logic na tuangalie wale watu wabaya katikati yetu. Like a lot of looting has been done. I think when I was one of the things niliona leo kulikuwa na looting pale town, and then kuna watu tu walikuwa wanaingia kama sisi vijana wadogo tumejitolea kukomboa nchi yetu kutoka kwa watu fisadi na kwa uongozi mbaya, lakini kuna wale watu ambao wamechukua hiyo fursa kutupaka tope. So hao watu wasipewe nafasi yote. Tunapowaona, we should smoke them out. and ensure that we stand for principles, because what we are fighting for is bad leadership, is corruption, is stealing of public properties. But now, if thugs are getting in us, and we should not give them an opportunity. So that said and done, as we are fighting, we should be a united army. We should have strategies. We should be focused. We should have our objectives clear. So the first question we should always put in mind: what is the objective? And as we do this, there are some things that we should not do, like nimeona wale there are people too watachoma tiles katikati ya barabara, and wataharibu wale, like I saw a lot of waribufu ilifanyika pale expressway. My question is, nani atagharamia hizo vitu? Ni sisi tu wenyewe. So we remain peaceful as we also do this, tukuwe na sober mind, na to ensure that even as we achieve our objectives, we remain in the country that we can be able to control. But assume today also, if the president leaves, so what is the next? We should always think ourselves about that. We should say, if option A works, what is the next course? If option B works, what is the next course? Yeah, so that should always be a question that we should reflect with, and we should always remain the voice of reason. In the near future, we will be the people who will be controlling this country, whether they like it or not. When some of us were born, kulikuwepo na kina Biwot, kulikuwepo na kina Michuki. Yeah. Aya, sawa, asante. I hope my message is clear. Many thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, but let's always remember we're leaders of today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana, nashukuru sana. We have Barrister Nyaraduen Academia, then Hannah. We have 3 minutes each, and Barrister, your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be brief as far as my submission is concerned. Straight to the point. One, what is currently that is happening, it is called false flag operations. The false flag operations are currently at the start of our demonstration and our victory on Thursday. It was embarked by the overwhelming support from the citizens, from the people across the nation. But what happened, or what is happening currently, is that the president is fighting hard to smash us with Kaudanga so that we can look as evil people and people hate us. If you want to witness this, it can be witnessed like there is one current businessman who was around CBD, where he was saying that they are being looted and things are being taken away. I want to bring your close attention that our current president is hand in hand with the president of Uganda. The past time I have followed up the politics of Uganda, whereby it is the common tactic that the dictator of Uganda normally uses, this false flag operations, whereby the state employs the goons, and the goons come across and start burning things, stealing people, and what of the sort. And if you have been following the politics of our nation, you can look at whereby this Sonko one time was caught on a clip saying that the state itself happened to use to hire goons, and they could bring in old cars on the street and burn them on their side so that they can make the protests look so bad and look in sort of saga. So my way forward is, upon this stuff of false flag operation, is that one, as we are exercising our constitutional right pursuant to Article 37, I would suggest in our next demonstrations, we should cite in clearly our areas or all our sites where we are always going to be demonstrating from. Secondly, how are we going to bring back the people, the confidence of that we had gained prior from the people? It's upon us preaching using our medias that the goons who were on the streets were not part of us, so that we can gain that confidence again. Then lastly, our issue concerning spies. I had some colleagues who were saying that some should be dropped. Even some of here who don't know they are spy. What we are doing is right. It's not evil that maybe we are trying to harness about the war. There are here many spies that we know, and we know some of them, but that will not derail us from proceeding in this pursuit. It is a call for the nation and a call to liberate our nation. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've really kept your time. Minus 8 seconds. That is amazing. Aya, who are we going to next, please? I want to finish this cohort of speakers to add new ones. Let's follow the order. Academia, you there? Academia going once. Academia going twice. The last time, acha nikutoe. Unajaza space. Watu wengine wakikamu utakam. If you've spoken, please just go down. So that you make it easier for us. Is it Nyaradwen next?
Yeah. Thank you, Ayo. Thank you so much. Number one, 3 things, and thank you everyone who's here today. We are here. Kenya is where it is today. I want us just to go back to what brought this. Kenya is where it is today because of National Assembly. Any organization, any company, if you have a non-performer, trust me, they're always checked out. We are the people who hire and fire them. Having said that, I'm seeing a lot of tweets moving around like we are postponing protests. I don't know why that we have allowed that to go on, because we agreed our protests will happen on Thursday and Tuesdays until Ruto goes home. Because honestly, you have seen who Ruto is. He has, I'm talking a bit fast because I want to catch up with them. I have so much to say. So we have to keep our protests on. What we need to discuss right now, how do we deal with the goons? You people, when we began this work, it wasn't going to be a rosy path. You know, even that rose has thorns. And we cannot allow, these people were bound. They were literally going to infiltrate. And they have just started that. They have gone political. And they have brought goons who are now taking our phones and beating us up. How then do we deal with them? My proposal. This is my suggestion. I'm imagining, because in Nairobi, I doubt if those goons were more than 1,000. I have my doubt. I'm actually giving it at a 500 number. What happens if we are many than the goons? Why don't we then use our numbers to also infiltrate these goons? Why do we allow them to beat us? I feel let's work with the numbers. One, we have the advantage of numbers. Goons cannot, by the way, goons are Kenyans like us. They're just hungry. It's just somebody who's given them some small money. So how do we deal with the goons? Peter, if we could retweak this topic to deal with the goons, then we are moving forward. Otherwise, talking about corruption and everything, that one we have had, we've talked about it for so long. Now we are moving forward. We have already taken over parliament and we are exercising direct sovereignty. Somebody came and said it is not possible to remove president. That's a lie. The constitution gives us what? The constitution gives us that authority to reclaim our sovereignty. If once we feel it's not only the parliamentarians. Parliamentarians are there to represent us, which is no longer there. So can we talk about how to deal with goons? My first suggestion is numbers. Let's be many than them. So when they come to beat us, they realize they are the fewer. They are fewer than ours. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. You've kept your time. You've really, really kept your time. Yeah, go ahead, Pipi, please.
I think it was Willie who was speaking.
Yes.
Willie, go ahead.
Wow, I really agree with, is it Nyaradwen? I really agree with her. That is now a way forward. How do we deal with the goons, and I believe that is where our conversation should head to, because we are not backing down. I don't know who was the next speaker. Was it Hannah?
Ni mimi jo. Ni
Okay.
mimi.
It's Hannah.
Yeah. Sasa, like the last speaker alikuwa anasema, oh, somebody said we're not going for maandamano, yada yada yada. Read somewhere. This is the thing. This is what they want to achieve. They're not only goons on the street, but the goons are here on the Twitter. They'll be there on whatever social media you guys use nowadays. Mi najua tu Twitter. Wengine ilikuwa inaitwa nini? TikTok. They'll be everywhere. Now, Ayo, there is another thing I want to know. Mnono ni nani? Kanono. Ayo, unanisikia?
Nakusikia, huyo nani huyo?
Huyo wanaitanga
Sijui mi nasikia
wanaitanga hizo hivyo kwa TL. It's very bad.
basi nasikia Kanono eti yako kwa space anaongea, sijui ni space gani hiyo. Alafu ya pili naona Hanifa na tweet eti kuna watu wameitwa State House, hata si tuliitwa tumekataa, kuna watu wamelipwa. These things would happen. But there is so much confusion that now this young people, when you're organized, when you're gone through whatever hectic and suffering and everything else, lives have been lost. Guys, what else are you going to lose? The only thing you have to lose is your shackles, your chains. That is the only thing people will lose. For people who were saying, oh, people have been paid and kuna watu munajua wamekuwa paid, they have been compromised, there will always be somebody who would be bought. But can Kenya government, can Ruto buy everybody else? No, he cannot. He cannot buy millions of you young people out there. Me, I'm not here to preach you, tell you do this or you should do that, but there is one thing. As an old lady who's a grandma, and many people go zoom on my photo and say, oh, you are my grandma, and I say grandma. But anyway, who cares? I'm a grandma on this street. And the reality is that they will achieve what they want to achieve. There will always be gunst for hire. There'll always be few that will be followed. They'll be abducted. Watakuwa tortured. Waongeleshwe. But this is what you can do. Don't say a word. Because the minute you open your mouth, they will find small pathway to go through from what you're saying, and that's it. You're done. Other than that, the reason you guys succeeded and went in and got up to the parliament is because the day before that, the conversation was we're going to State House. So it was misleading. People didn't go to State House. Rather, people went wakavunja mlango KICC, wakaingia parliament. So there was that element of surprise. I think they concentrated all the barricade in State House, hiyo barabara ya State House. Ya pili, watu walikuwa wengi. So for me, I'm like, it's too late. If you back down now, if anybody is thinking to back down, then it will be hunted one by one, moja kwa moja in your houses. Don't think you're above anybody. There's people, watu wameenda kwa manyumba zao wakatoa 5 in the morning. You've seen it, you've heard it. But then there's always the ones that are lying about it as well. So in any chaos, there's somebody who wants to cash in on it. But in the long run, those side shows should not, you should not concentrate on it. Umesemaje hayo? Sawa.
Time imeisha.
Sawa bo.
Okay, asante.
Niongee Kisomali juu sasa bado Latos hayuko. Wako salame aye maanseta hai Latos.
Allah.
Salama.
Allah. Allah. Look at this one.
You will remove the red button wewe Hada. Don't test my patience, by the way.
Allah, si Kisomali ni lugha kwani?
Anyway, here's the thing.
Mimi pia ni Mkuria. I don't speak Korean on my show. My show is a cosmopolitan space. Thank you.
I have 12 speakers. I have 12 speakers who are still requesting, not even 12. Hey, wait. Abdul Rahim Ibrahim, please ulishaongea. Just drop your request. I'm not accepting you. And Harry K, I think you already spoke. Please drop your request. Everybody has 24 hours in the clock, and here on this space we have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you are done. Aya, this is my order of the day. My order of the day starts with Atikish Ibra Academia. Atikish Ibra Academia Mzalendo. Conch Innocent. In that order. Let's do this. 3 minutes, 3 minutes each. When I open my mic, your time is up. Let's do this. First speaker, please go. Atikish, are you there? Atikish going once. Willy, ambia Atikish ni time yake ya kuongea kaniski.
Atikish, please go on. It's your time.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine is totally different. I have a totally different idea. Now, things have changed and kuna so many hired goons. Kenye tunaweza fanya, we change the strategy. We play with their mind. Now, that narrative, Ruto must go. Already, he has bowed down. He has withdrawn and he said he will do some changes. Now we go for the justice for those who died. We want the interior minister and police boss to resign. And those who kill innocent, our brothers and sisters, walete kwa justice. We want justice to be done. We change the narrative. Because this Ruto must go, imekuwa na a lot of issues because there are so many politicians who have interest, even those who are in the government and those who are outside, even some international community. How are the ones who are paying for the goons? They are paying them, wanatumia vibaya. Now we change the narrative. And we should have a strategy. For example, like now, there are so many space open. Each and every person, the other thing, those famous people, they want to use the selfish gain to become a popular, wapatiwe kitu kwa gava ama walipe kitu kidogo. Please, hiyo tuache. Because if you are not genuine, ama kama uko clean tutakujua. Tukikujua na we will come for you. I'm done. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very brief. We may keep time under 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Our next speaker. Let's do this.
Hello, guys. How are you? Can you hear me?
We are good. Go on, please.
Okay. Mine is very simple on the destruction of the properties. Let's not lose the plot. It is the responsibility of the government to protect the properties of the citizens. It's not our responsibility as Gen Zs. One, having said that. Secondly, going to State House has its options and has its consequences also. So that's why I think people didn't go through with it. The third thing, Ruto already knows our ultimatum. We already given him our list of ultimatums.
Hey, who that? Continue.
So,
hey, nani wako na feedback?
Ni Abuje nimemute. Acha Ibrahim the left side. Ibra. Unmute your mic, Ibra, and talk to us. Ilikuwa ni Ibra alikuwa anaongea ama ni nani?
Ilikuwa Ibra alikuwa anaongea. Ibra, you there?
Unmute your microphone. I think I just
Yeah, I'm there. So, So our first objective ilikuwa ni to reject the finance bill, which we have forced the dictator to withdraw, right? So we have given him this list of ultimatum after that. Now it is already with him, and he acknowledged that when he did the interview with Akina Linus, yeah, Juicy. So one thing he needs to do first is to fire all those incompetent, corrupt CS. Somebody like Linturi should not even be there. Somebody like Kindiki, someone wonders ni kama ametoka kwa koma leo, like, yeah. So he needs to get rid of all of those guys. Reconstitute the IBC, we recall the MPs. And then we will finally get rid of him. Because now we can say Ruto must go. Let's be real, unajua. We can say Ruto must go, but he has the powers and everything. But we can permanently get rid of him when the times come. But we can recall the MPs now. So we force him. The ultimatum is already there. We should make him, constitute the IBC in a month or so. Recall those pugas, those pigs who voted yes for the finance bill. Get rid of all of them, and then permanently get rid of him. Obviously, amebakisha hizo 2 years, and then they were done with it. Otherwise, for the destruction of property, the buck stops with him and his government. That's not our business. So we should stay focused. Well, about kutenti revolution yetu na nini, it will not. It will not. They have no moral. They have no moral ground ya kusema sasa they will change. Whatever side shows they are doing right now, haiwezi wasaidia. Wakai wakijua hivyo. They can sponsor goons. If they sponsor goons, so be it. It's their own problem, because the responsibility of protecting the citizens' property lies with them. The backstop with the dictator himself, not us as Gen Zs. Sisi, we are here to get rid of them. So if they are making it by sponsoring goons, they're just making it worse for themselves, thinking that they will make it worse for us. The backstop with them, and let's not lose focus. Be on the target. Our ultimatum is there. He knows it. And that's how we're going to be able to change this Kenya for the better and for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very important. I hope you can hear me. I, however, have a different opinion when it comes to, yes, it's the work of the government to protect its citizens. I'm 100% with you on that other end, right? But then again, it's the work of the citizens to also protect the citizens. If I am on the streets protesting and rejecting the finance bill, rejecting the government, Ruto must go and all that kind of stuff, and I see someone who is amongst the protesters destroying someone else's property, it's upon me as a citizen to say, hey, Bana, no, we are not, that is not our language. That is not the language you want to speak. Okay, if you're gonna destroy my brother's property or my fellow citizens' property, then you're not part of us. You're part of this government, and it's upon us now to deal with that. Whoever is destroying property, be it a goon, be it a whatever, we identify them, we take them down. And taking them down doesn't mean killing them. We just beat them up kidogo. Tuwasalimie kidogo nduambie wewe, and we hand them over to the police trying to lobby tear gas on us. Does that make sense? So I want to challenge us to also take responsibility. That is part of taking responsibility and saying that, hey, this is not our language of protesting. This is not our language of communicating to the government. If you're going to, destroy property, you're not one of us. You're amongst those, whoever they are, goons, and you're not part of us. I want to challenge us to that particular point. So who's my next speaker? Thank you so much, whoever just spoke. Thank you so much. And please, if you have spoken, don't request for the mic. Unajaza space ya kuongea, please. Let's go to the next speaker, please. 3 minutes. The next speaker, your 3 minutes begin now.
Okay. Ayo, thank you. I share most of your sentiment because you talk like somebody as a grandfather. Nobody would imagine that you are a bachelor, and that's good for you. So I think 2011, the Egypt revolution, government used the same tactics. In any event, the most powerful or complicated or whatever tool that an ordinary person can use relies in the numbers. The reason why people went to parliament, not because there was strategy or we said we are going to settle. No, those are irrelevant. People went there because of the numbers. The power of wananchi relies on or resides in the numbers. Tomorrow, being Wednesday, if Nairobian troop to town, there is nothing that the government can do. They will have to listen. If people were to move from this estate, just Nairobi alone, all of us go to town in numbers, everybody. Nothing, they will not tear gas people. They will have to listen to people. So our powerful tool is numbers. There is no any strategy that you can use, because if you talk of goons, you cannot beat government in this game, because this political game, and therefore they are in the office because of politics, and that's what they know best. And they were elected because probably they play best compared to people who can beat government is by coming out in large numbers to face them, because there is nothing they can do, after all, when you troop there. So we have to agree whether were we going there for the finance bill to be withdrawn, or we were fighting finance bill just came in the process because it was time for Kenya to have a new face. So for me, I think it is time for Kenya to have a new face. And what people are fighting for, if I'm not wrong, or if I'm wrong, it is the good governance. So good governance does not end with the withdrawal or rejection of the finance bill. Finance bill is just part of the struggle. So I think, as I learned, if we want a good governance, now that we are tribeless in this group, we cannot be using a lot of logistics and all that. The only thing we need to do, because either way you will have to notify that you are going to demonstrate. So there is no day that we'll go to demonstrate and without saying that tomorrow we are going to them. So that is why even the timetable is there. The fact that you say you are going to town Thursday does not give them leeway to prevent you. The only thing that they will manage you is when you go there with mixed reactions. In other words, some people are going there, some people are too. If people move in full force to town, there is nothing they can do. That is the only weapon we have. We go there peacefully, but in large numbers. That is the only way they can listen to us. But if you are divided, 1,000 will go, the rest are there. No, that one they will outmatch you. The reason why even today some people say that you were successful because the number of people, I'm landing, the number of people were not as many as last week. But the day that we go there in large numbers, you will see a change. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Academia. Mzalendo, is your mic hot?
All right. Thank you so much, Peter, for the opportunity. I first want to take this opportunity to condemn strongly the infiltration by goons into the peaceful demonstrations by Gen Zs today. I think most of us who are heading for demonstrations had to come back home because we noticed the environment was really different from the one that we are used to. Now, I'm Michael and I'm a systems expert. And one thing that is clear is that if a system cannot be fixed, it needs to be changed. There is no other way around it. And here I'm talking about the democratic and the governance system of this country. It has always been fixed from time immemorial. But I think this is the time now we wake up and we change the system entirely. Now, you have seen that the government has been shifting the guilt, and now it is not about the government, it is now about the people. They have hired goons to come and disrupt peaceful protesters, to destroy businesses. So at the end of the day, it will be us against us, and therefore the government will have no part in it. And I think the strategy needs to change now. There is need for a paradigm shift. We need to debunk the entire system and work from the other end. I mean, if you want to cut a tree, you cut it from the direction of the fall. You don't cut it where the tree is going to fall. So I think we need now to apply methods that the government cannot use to counter us. if going to the CBD and destroying businesses is what the government is holding on to so as to keep us at bay, then I think we need to look at other avenues and channels that we can use away from businesses or things that can be looted, so that they can't have any other mode to counterattack. And this is obvious because, and violence begets violence, goons begets goons. So if goons are running the government, what do you expect to see on the street? It is goons, from the police force to the entire system that is responsible to responding to this protest. And I think now it should not be a Gen Z movement kind of a label, but we need to move to a Gen Z-led movement, so that we can have inclusivity of all ages and spectrum. Let our fathers come out, let our grandfathers come out, let the extension of the entire society that we live in come out and help the Gen Z to air their voice. As I learned, I think civil disobedience is the way to go with this government, because if you look at the principles of civil disobedience, it is one, if you are in a response to an instance of clear injustice, and it is obvious whatever has been done today is clear injustice. If it is also in a way that will not destabilize the entire system, because every time we go to the streets, the businesses are being destabilized. A lot of things are happening that are not good, and therefore I think Gen Z should now start adapting the civil disobedience way, so that we can see how we are going to win this battle. I think that's my 2 cents of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Let's go. Let's get sentiments from Innocent, Ice Brown, then Captain. Innocent, are you there? Innocent 001. Pipi, can you hear me?
Innocent. Yes, I can hear you, but I can't hear Innocent. Innocent, can you hear me?
Innocent mic is off.
Oh, yeah.
Innocent.
I can hear you well.
Next speaker. All right. Let's have Innocent rotate, Basi. We can go to Captain, eh?
Hello, guys.
Hello, hi. Is that Innocent?
Hi. Yes, nawapata poa.
Oh, talk to us. Kumbe ulikuwa huko tu hapo nyuma ya network.
Tuko nyuma ya tent. So, guys, mimi niko na maneno mawili ama matatu ya kuambia. First, I have to thank all the agencies wenye wametokea out. Indeed, we have win this war. Hii war tumeshinda. So, I have seen today that government wame hire goons, goons wapigane na protesters. It is so unfortunate that tulianza in peace, but now this thing have been hijacked. So ile yenye nilikuwa naomba leo ni kuwa let us now have another strategy. It's only 2 years for us to go to election. Now we have to arrange ourselves. Like my youth, tunataka kutoa this Zakayo kwa uongozi. Remember, youth hatunaga kura. We normally don't take our votes. Hatuchukui kura. So we have to make strategies now. Wacha tuanze kuelimisha watu vile vitu ambavyo Zakayo alisema atafanya na hajafanya. Unaona? Tuanze kuambia watu mabaya Zakayo. When we go to fight, this guy hatuwezi mfight physically now because akona machineries. Yeye ni mtu ambao he can do anything to protect himself in that power. So, what do we need to do? We need to have another strategy. Wacha tupigane na yeye through maybe spiritually now. If physically we cannot defeat him, now let us go spiritually. Na using our minds now, how we can defeating this guy. Tukienda kwa ballot, I know it will be very easy. Kama sisi vijana tutachukua kura. Now let us start to campaign, tuambie vijana wachukue kura, to highlight the zile makosa ambayo amefanya within those 2 years. Then ikifika 2027, then let us pick the momentum. Sorry, let me finish this statement. Tuchukue momentum ya Ruto must go. Itakuwa very clear, itapick. Lakini saizi itatufelisha.
Thank you so much. I hope you're done. I hope you're done. But here's the thing, though. This is someone who's been using the churches to manipulate us. You're trying to tell us to go and pray and go on our knees to fight. Eh? Can you see the irony? Uni mtu mwenye ameenda kwa kanisa, akabai pastors, akabai makanisa, wakuja watuongeleshe na anatufanya impunity, ni unataka to go on our knees to whatever, to fight. Let me tell you something, yeah? The church and politics, I know they go hand in hand, but they've never ever stopped revolutionaries, because church will try and manipulate us to think, we're not doing this the right way. He's a leader from God and all that kind of nonsense, and all the nonsense keeps on going on in the country, and you're like, oh, so we're supposed to go to Huru Park or go to church and start praying so that the country. Remember the nonsense they said they were going to pray for rain, because come on, this thing is simple. If you want rain, plant trees. Yeah? Tuache saa zingine tutumie logics, tuache ukanisa mob saa zingine. If your marriage is not working, you don't pray for it. As much as you pray, you sort it out. Sit down with your wife, talk about it. Fix the issues. Yeah, you can't be a part of the problem and you're praying. It doesn't make sense completely. So, yes, I completely agree with you that yes, we are a praying nation and all that kind of stuff. Kenyans are Christians. Christians take a higher population of the whatever in the country. But really, saa zingine, tuwekenge story ya kuomba kando to deal na facts. If there's bad leadership, let's attack bad leadership. If there's corruption, we cannot pray about corruption. We attack that corruption. Sawa sawa. That's the same way. That's the same way. Just a moment. That's the same way. Those policemen, they did not go to pray for us so that we get out of the streets. They sprayed bullets on us so that we get out of the streets. So this is politics, and let's deal with politics the way it is.
Just for 2 minutes, kindly. Umenimesquote vibaya. I have not said that we pray. Okay. There's something that we normally say, that when you can't fight somebody physically, you can fight with them maybe spiritually, emotionally, such things. I have not said that we pray. No.
Ayo, I also think what he meant, Ruto must go, just like occupying State House can be more of an ideology if it is not physically occupying State House. Because even it begs the question, if we occupy State House, does it mean Ruto ceases to be a head of state by us occupying State House? The way we occupied Parliament, does it mean the Mr. Speaker saga is actually the speaker? So it doesn't. It is a symbolism, and occupying. I share the state sentiment where I said occupying State House is not a physical move. Also, it is an ideology. A peaceful march in town is also part of the ideology. Occupying State House also means registering as a voter, raising a socially, economically, and politically conscious nation.
Well put, William Eba. Captain Ochange, how are you doing?
I'm doing very fine, sir. Can you hear me with your unseen ears, sir?
Gasia wewe. Yaani mimi mnakuanga nimeheshimiwa hapa mpaka uingie kwa hii space.
Anyway, hi you guys. Thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to talk to you. Mi ni msee wa boda. So the few sentiments I'm going to share here are some of the things that I was having a conversation with my guys tukiwa pale Tao leo kwa stage while the police walikuwa narusha tear gas to the looters. Now the question of this space is which way Kenya? Well, today nilikuwa Tao with the protest, but hakukuwa na protest Tao, kulikuwa tu ni wizi. A few of the protesters wenye walikuwa Tao walifukuzwa tu na polisi wakaenda. Wenye walibaki Tao ni wezi, walikuwa wanarusha mawe and at some point it reached as a point that polisi wanafukuza protesters wanakimbisha looters pia wao wanageukia polisi, so it was ni kimbi. It wasn't good. Now while we were seated pale tu kwa stage, tulikuwa tunaulizana now where are we heading as we now wenye tulianzisha hii Gen Z protests. And one guy told me that this government, we need now to attack it from where we see a problem is. For instance, tuseme this case of fake fertilizer, the CS still is in office. Tuna attack. If we are going to the streets, we go with one purpose. Why is the CS still in the office after all the investigations that have been done na imepatikana ukweli, it is true. Instead, watu wako huko chini, mere junior officers ndio wanafutwa kazi, and yet the real CS hafutwi kazi. Now we'll be going to the street to the government sorely because ime fail kuheld accountable for why inauzia sisi wakulima fake fertilizer. You see, tuna protest toward that cause. When we see action has been made, now we shift to the other side. Tunasema kuna pesa ilipeano ya COVID-19 and victims hiyo pesa haikuwafikia. Watu waliiba walikuwa huko KEMSA. Why? Mbona watu wako kwa ofisi sawa? We go to the streets because of that one cause. Mbona watu wako kwa ofisi? We held them responsible until action is done. Ukienda place nyingine unapata NHF pesa imepotea. Watu wako kwa hospitali wanaumia, watu wanakufa hospitali because maybe funds have not been released. Mtu umelipia NHIF but it's not helping you, unazungusha. We go on the streets because of one cause. Mbona serikali hamtufanyii hivi? Mnasema hivi, mnafanya the opposite. And when the president comes out to say that tumetenga mamilioni ya kufanya ABCD, tunampatia either 2-3 months. Sorry?
No, kosa endelea kuongea.
Yeah, tunampatia 2-3 months. Then when we see no action has been done, tunaingia kwa streets, tunamuuliza why ABCD? Ulisema ABCD will be done in 2-3 months, but nothing has been done. You see, the likes of our government spokesman Isaac Mwaura anakuja huko Kuranta akisema mnakashifu hii serikali yangu, sijui nini. I have 3 wase watatu wa bodaboda. One of mwenye na posting, there is a madam wanafanyanga kazi Ruaka. She has akona a 9 years old sana mwenye ako physically impaired, haizi tembea, like he is bedridden. Anamtoanga kwa nyumba, anampeleka Kenyatta, akifanyiwa whatever anafanyiwa huko, tena namrudisha nyumbani. Hafanyi kazi vile inafaa, like most 90%, no not 90, like 60% of the time yenye ako nayo anashinda na huyu mtoto wake. The 40% ndiye anaingia kwa barabara kufanya kazi ya bodaboda. Huyu madama ametembea ofisi ya people living with disability apate kusaidiwa, but all anafanyiwa ni kupelekwa circles. Alafu unapata msee kama Mwaura ako yeye hapo yapping and saying unwarranted things. Yeye hamind kabisa. Anyway, that's all I can say for today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Captain. I really appreciate. There's someone whose mic is on. Whose mic is on? Nasikia pata feedback mobile niwe pipi.
Hata sikuwa na notice, ni mimi nilikuwa naangalia. Unajua sasa imefika macho naangalia na meno. I think we're going to be ending the space in the next 30 minutes.
So if you're ending the space in the next 30 minutes, then it means I have how many people on the space? I have 8 requests. I have 8 requests, 1 negated, that is 7 because the one that is still requesting has talked. Now wewe Levis, are you okay? If you come up here, your mic should be off, please. Amanta could drop.
So what do? We have how many speakers on the mic? 1, 2. That is 8, 9, 10 speakers on the mic. I'll give you 3. Hey, 10 times 3 ni 30. 30 minutes. Bana. Pipi. Isa ni 2
Wewe
minutes.
twende tuone vile itakuwa. Tutaona tukifika.
Aya, sawa. For now, 3 minutes each. Captain Nathan could drop umeshaongea. Thank you so much. Let's start with, in this order. Let's start with we have a lady on the mic. I'll start with Winnie, then I'll go to Paul, then Glado. Oh, Glado is also a lady. Glado, Matt Mike, in that order. No. Before Winnie, LeBrown was here before. LeBrown, please give your sentiments, then I'll pick the new cohort of speakers that I've just added. Sorry about that, LeBrown. I overlooked you. Go ahead, please. LeBrown, are you there? Going once, LeBrown. Willie, talk to LeBrown. Kama niski.
LeBrown atusikia?
LeBrown. Are you there?
Huyo yuko huyo.
Yeah, medozi.
Okay. Meno kama pipi.
Naangalia na meno kama pipi. Okay. Is Winnie still there? I want to start with Winnie. Okay, Winnie has dropped. Is okay. So here's the okay. Let's go with Winnie. Then I'll refollow this order.
Hi, can you
Are
hear
you
me?
there? Perfect. So it's you, Winnie. Then we go to Moura. Then Paul Coimbo. Then Glado in that order. Go ahead, Winnie. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Thank you. Pepita, Ayo, Willie, thank you so much for hosting this space. I appreciate you because this is really relevant to keep the conversation going, because I understand that, at times, this team can kind of tend to run and people tend to forget the issues and concerns. So first off, I would like to pass my condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones, and may they rest in peace. I do not think anyone woke up expecting to not have their family members, and for that reason, I pass my condolences to them. We are not in a normal state of what we know as Kenya. So firstly, I'm Kenyan born and raised, but I don't currently live in Kenya. With that said, though, all I've wanted to do is come back home. I did not leave home because I wanted to leave home. It just became untenable for my survival, for me to stay in the country, and I left. And I am so appreciative of the efforts that have gone thus far to try and bring Kenya back to what all of us wanted to be. And many of us who are not living at home would love to be back home. And you have our full support. I would like to say that it may seem untenable and it may seem a little bit difficult and a little bit challenging, but I appreciate all your efforts. I am not one to try and speak strategy, because it's not something I'm going to say I'm conversant with, but the one thing I know is that if you put your heart into something to better it just for yourself, and in this case for the country, it shall happen. And I really want to point out that this has not happened in history before, so there must be something that we're doing right. So at times when you sit with yourself and you're wondering, is this worth it? Is this really difficult? For me, literally it's just a voice of encouragement to say, do not sit and think that, oh my gosh, this is just not making sense anymore. There must be something that you're doing right that is just shaking the foundation of a government or a situation which has become commonplace. You should not accept certain things to just go on. The way we accept it, unajua, lakini si anajua nani, you try to go to Nyayo House, try and get your marriage certificate or your birth certificate or to get a passport, you must bribe. As in, how has that become commonplace? I live in a country where I've never had to bribe anyone. I follow protocol. And it's only when I got here I realized, oh my gosh, we can be so much better as a country. So let us not accept to be mediocre. Let us not accept to just be average. Let us excel, because that is what we are destined to be. And the one thing that I would just like to wrap it up is there's been back and forth about, like faith, prayer. Obviously, let's pray. We're a prayerful nation. We have a group of faith in our country. Let us not forget, to put God first. At the end of the day, I have to say, please, 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 do not forget why you are, where you are, and doing what you're doing. And nothing but blessing to you all. Thank you so much for the space. Blessings.
Thank you, Winnie. Really appreciate your time. Thank you for your amazing sentiments. And from wherever you are, please keep praying for your nation. Keep praying for your brothers and sisters back at home, because you are dying. Oh, well, it's not a laughing matter, but sometimes we break the monotony by laughing a bit. Thank you, Winnie. Levis, umeinsist kuongea. Wacha nikuache uongee. Juwe, the rate at which you're opening your mic uncontrollably. Go ahead, please, Levis.
Niaje watu wangu. Poleni sana manze. Nimekuwa nikiingia na kutoka manze, niko job na nikitaka sana kuchangia. Mimi ninasema kitu moja. Ni kwamba watu wengi ambao wamekuwa compromised ni watu mapasta. Na ningependa kuuliza swali moja. Mapasta kuna tax huwa wanatoa ya serikali, lakini unapata hizi wao ndo uletewa. Unaona? Mtu anaenda naiba, analeta dirty money, analeta kwa church. So, ili tuweze hii story, ni story tuanzie kanisani. Usialao pasta wako aanze kuwakaribisha wase. Anaita mtu fulani anakuja na anamwaga madoo. Anaita mtu fulani anakuja. So, ile kitu tunafaa kujiuliza, tutaendelea kuwa naishi hadi lini? So, hiyo ndio mimi ningependa sana kuichangia. Tuanze na hizi makanisa. Pastor ambiwe hatutaki kuona contributions za politicians. Na akikaidi, kutoka hapo tutajua the way forward. Asanteni wase. Mimi yangu tu ni ya kanisa.
Asante sana kwa keep time. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you so much for keeping time. Yes, you are really burning with points. Moura, are you in the room?
Yes.
Please.
Yes. Habari zenu.
Poa sana. Go ahead.
Nzuri sana Maura. Mimi nitaanza na neno la Mungu. Huyu amekashifu kanisa, lakini kanisa na neno la Mungu ni vitu viwili tofauti kabisa. And I want to find the reason as to why we are here as a country. Because if you want to solve any problem, you must find out how did you first of all got yourself into this problem. And I quote from the book that was written by the wisest man who ever lived. That is King Solomon. And that is Proverbs 22, verse 3. And here's what it says. A prudent man foresees evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. Now, it is a failure of Kenyans to live by this principle, the word of God, that has brought Kenya to where we are today. What does it mean by a prudent person? A prudent person in anything he wants to do, whether anataka biashara, anataka kuoa mke au kuolewa na mwanaume au nini, a prudent person, whether a man or a woman, always digs diligently and looks at all the outcomes that can happen if he or she does what he or she wants to do. Now, the reason as to why we are here is because Ruto, people, those who voted for Ruto, failed to find out what kind of a human being Ruto is. And me, I'm not a prophet, but immediately the Supreme Court called us 40, I never voted for him, and declared Ruto the right winner. I called several people in Kenya, I told them, now watch, the drama has started. You see, in the next 2 to 3 years, you see what will happen to this country. And here we are today. I'm not a prophet, but I told them like that. Because I'm a prudent person. So I wrote about what kind of human being is Ruto. I read that, and if you want to know what kind of person is this person, just dig the history of this person. This is somebody from he campaigned on the issue of dynasty Baya, here in Hasura. But if the truth be told, Ruto is a product of the dynasty Moi and of dynasty Kenyatta. They made him who he is today. You remember, for those who are old enough, 1992, we had something known as YK92. This was called 92. These are people who used to print money with the cartons. Walikuwa nazibeba na makaton wakina Jirongo. In fact, that's when the 500 notes came out, and tukaanza kuita Jirongo because of him, of these people. And they made our economy go to its knees completely. So that the then the central bank governor, Eric Kotut, had to clean up the money, and inflation hit the country Irebaya. Kuja huko up to where he is, up to 2022, this a person who has been involved with multiple corruption cases, from May scandal, from the selling the route of to the Kenyan pipeline, from tear gassing children at Rangata Primary School where he wanted to grab the playground to turn it to this. Now, how could you be convinced by such a person that is a hustler? He sold the chicken and chicken eggs to be where he is, and yet we know how he did, and they expect him to be to act differently. In your Kenya Chezo. So on one hand, Minister Huruma, let me be honest with you. You are fully paying for what you did. Hii ni mimba ya kujitakia na mmetiwa mimba, kwa hivyo tuzaeni mimba mpaka mzae 2027. That's what I can tell you. Because you knew what kind of human being he is. Mlijua huyu mtu wa aina gani. Yet you went to vote for him. You see? As much as I sympathize with those who never voted for Ruto, I never voted for me, and I never voted for Ruto, and I believe he never won the election. I have a feeling that he never won the election. I have that belief. But whatever happened, and he was declared the winner. You see? So now you have to bear with him, and you have to live with him until 2027. Unless otherwise you decide to kick this person out before his time comes out. But for anyone who voted for Ruto, I really ask myself, after today's Japata Majibu, couldn't you, my fellow Kenyans, have sat down and find out what kind of human being is this? Somebody who can order police with AK-47 to go and tear gas those children. Rangata Royal Primary School to grab that playground. Somebody was implicated in a scandal. Somebody who sold a non-existent right to Kenya pipeline, and he blamed the person who was the finance manager who paid him hair and jewel with a position in the Minister of Agriculture. That time Ruto was heading the Agriculture Ministry. Somebody who was an ICC IDT, who was an ICC suspect. You know what happened to Ikinamesha Kiedei and others. And yet you could have the audacity of going and voting for such a man. So for me, it is you made your bed, Kenyans, for those who voted for Ruto, and you have to lie in it until 2027, or else you remove him. This is a person who doesn't hear. He doesn't listen to people. Because if he was listening, even last year, the Finance Bureau of last year, before he entered to role, he could have listened to us. Angalia kitu kama housing levy. Do you know billions that have become from housing levy? Amestua kwenye housing, ameenda kununua infrastructure board. Who will earn that interest? Nani ataenda na hiyo interest? Ni yeye ataenda nazo. This somebody has been corrupt, scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal. Yet he could convince you that he's your fellow hustler wakati amesimama kwenye gari of tens of millions. And then you could believe in him. So, Kenyans, I wish you all the best. Fanyeni vile mnafanya. Kama mnataka kumtoa mtoeni na nini. Lakini nyinyi ndio mlijitakia hili. Kwa hivyo fanyeni vile mnataka. Mimi nilifanya campaign. My people knew, I'm from Gatondo, my people knew that I really campaign. I told people, I won't tell you who to vote for, but I know who you want to vote for. We had 4 candidates. So I told people, vote for the 3. You can vote for Odinga, Wajakoya, or Mwaura, but don't vote for Ruto. Everybody knew, everyone who cared to listen, alijua mimi nisema na mlio. Nilifanya campaign sana hata kwenye mtandao ya kijamii, but people never listened. Now here we are. This is our pregnancy. Hii miba ni nyinyi ndio mlijiweka. Kwa hivyo leeni hii miba mpaka miezi 9 iishe mzae. Safari iendelee. Endelee ni salama. Nimtakie usiku mwema huko mliko.
Asante sana kwa usiku mwema bwana. Unagombeza mtu alafu unaambia usiku mwema. Ayo, who's going next, man?
we mlijitia mimba, kuna audacity hadi mnajipea ball. Mlijitia mimba, zaeni na mle.
By the way,
Hakuna kuwa
hata mimi na share the same sentiment. I'm a spoken word artist. Na 2020 nilitolea watu piece inaitwa Dear Mr. Deputy President. Hawakunisikia. Nikawatolea ingine inaitwa Dear Citizen. Hawakunisikia. Hata mimi niko hapo na Mwaura. Aya, the next speaker. Who is the next speaker?
Let's have, I think it was Glado. Glado, talk to us.
Yeah, Glado alidrop akarudi ndio huyo. Allah, is Glado speaking?
Hebu acha Glado to request mic tena because hiyo yako imekuja na volume different. Paul.
Hello, niaje wase? Mnanisikia?
Poa sana.
Aya, mimi naanza na one point, the church. Hao wasetu watoe kanisa kabisa. Like I noted last Sunday, most of the churches walikuwa anti-government. They were like they had sanitized themselves kidogo, waache kupea au hizi maumbo wa chance ya kutudanganya because they lie on the pulpit. Actually, if you pour the Bible on Ruto's head, yote kabisa, he'll still lie. The man is a devil. So we put them out of the church. Tuweke pressure hapo kabisa so that they cannot sanitize themselves. The other one is on the part of the goons. I believe that easy statements the opposition has been making. We have a very useless opposition in Kenya. Wase wananyamaza, tunafinywa. Then the moment we've started the protest, it's a genuine thing. We are doing good. They come in with their political statement at EO, sijui, we let them shut the fuck up. They are also wolves waiting to eat on us. Wanangoja tu chance yao. So for me, I'd say that we need to look for sober leaders. What we have in our leadership is politicians. We need leaders. Unakumbuka like the last time kulikuwa na the audit in your county. Professor Kivutha Kibwana alitoa yake ikiwa unqualified. The Makueni County was doing so good that hakuna mtu alikuwa anauliza swali yoyote about their audit. But what do we do as Kenyans? We like the shit that with the emotion. Wanakuja tu hasla, sijui nyenyenye vijana lia. We kick the shit out. Tunatoa uchafu yote ya politicians kwa Kenya. Tunatoa wote nje moja kwa mwingine. Ingine ni the protest. If we can change we decentralize. Let us say we are recalling the MPs. Instead ya kwenda maandamano CBD. What if we take constituency per constituency? Like we say, this week we are doing 10 constituencies. So youth on Tuesday and Thursday will be on these constituencies, helping on correcting the signatures. We recall all these MPs. Wako bunge wanafanya nini? Whom do they represent? Ruto. Wanalala kwake. Wamekuwa mabibi yake. And unfortunately, my MP, it's a wife. Yeye ni bibi ya kwanza. Mbuzi zililetwa Kikuyu. And that fucker is just annoying us like hell. Tukapata signatures, aende nyumbani. So guys, we keep up, we fight, but we also need to think outside the box than facing this guy head on. Tukienda head on, atatuua na mapolisi. We need to preserve life also. Thank you.
Viva. Go ahead, Willie.
Wow, Viva. I had a question. Maybe the next speaker can cover, or someone who is good at or maybe a lawyer. They've made deliberately recalling a lawyer is very hard. Recalling an MP, member of parliament, is very hard. And there's somewhere I read, someone told me a while back, you can only recall you cannot recall an MP 2 years after their term. Is it true?
Can I answer?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, recently the High Court repealed that thing. Walikuwa wamefanya, they had covered themselves. Now it's easier for us to recall them. Inakwanga, you can recall them after 2 years in office and before 12 months to an election. So that period kutoka sai sasa, we can recall them. And the High Court exposed them because once they were amending that law, they covered themselves properly. But High Court ilikuja na judgment ikawambia hapana, hamwezi fanya hivi. So currently it's easier to recall the MP. And that's why you see CODM wamesema they are recalling 6 of them. ODM have said they are recalling 6, and I know in Kabete constituency the recall has started. Watu walianza on Sunday, so it's easier now than it was before.
I think I'm gonna have like 4 more speakers, then we can call it a night. Matt, Mike.
So if you're gonna have Nani Mike yake iko on. If you're gonna have like 4 more speakers, you've already called Matt Mike. There are 2 ladies in this space that I really want them to speak, and that means they'll just be 4 anyway. So we have Matt Mike, Lado, Kupiganduru, Nisolulu, Mwalimu, then Wilson. Then hey, Lucas Tokomebaki. Alafu, that means that we're not accepting any more speakers. So watch a 2-hour cohort of speakers wonge, then we are done. Tufunge stuff.
Okay, I'll go, but I'll just be brief because most of the people have said what I wanted to say. Now, the thing, depending on today's protest, there was a lot of confusion, and these guys seems we cannot beat them at their own game. So I think from now it's better we start recalling them on various capacities, maybe through various CSs who don't match their ministries, or various advisors, because now this thing is affecting us. Right now, what we have is government failure, and because we have government failure, there's nothing we can do on the streets that can help us to change our situation. So I think this infiltration of goons or by goons is just to create a way of derailing our morale from this course and also trying to scatter our agenda. But the main agenda is targeted to the president and his cabinet, because if you look clearly, all the successive governments that we have had in Kenya, this one has performed poorly, dismally. I can say dismally, because if you look at Kenyatta's government, Moi's government, Kibaki's government, and Kenyatta's government, the cabinet they had, though there was corruption, but at least it was a substantial kind of government. But this kind of government we have right now is a corrupt government, in fact, more corrupt. It's an arrogant government. They speak to us, they don't want to listen to us. So I think we'll start recalling them to from various capacities as from now. And as Kenya stands right now, we can not sustain this size of parliament because it's unnecessary. They're just eating allowances and doing nothing. That's why most of them are very arrogant, because it's very easy for them. They will sit, override us and do what they want. But I think it's better we start recalling them from various capacities. And we have, in Kenya mostly, we have what we call policy myopia. Some members of parliament will come to us, they will tell you they have these quick fixes they can do, and Kenyans believe them. And this is the major problem that we have. This policy myopia, where they tell you they can fix everything within 100 days, that one cannot be the cause of running this country. In fact, this 100 days thing, it is the one that has caused us to be where we are. Because most of Kenyans fall into this trap, they are easily swayed. A big percentage of people who vote, most of them are not even educated. So we should also sensitize the younger generations to the importance of voting, acquiring their IDs, and their voting cards, and this will also help this cause, because I don't believe only going to the street will help us deal with some of the major cancer, the cancer we are dealing with in this government. And you can see there is a lot of political self-interest. You know, political self-interest. They are giving their friends tenders. Some of them are getting 1 billion tenders, 500 million tenders, you know, and there's lack of competence in that because they'll just do what they want to do. So also we should check on that area. Like for instance, recently status was renovated, and they used a lot of money, and I saw they didn't even use the standard kind of renovation they're supposed to use. Like the claddings, they just use some trees there and some simple equipments, which is not accountable. So I leave it at that for someone else to jump in.
Thank you. Let's move on. Who's next, please? Let's move on. Let's keep the ball rolling. Is Glado speaking? Can I see a mic on?
Glado asikiki. I think akona issue. Wilson.
Yes. Thank you for the space. I just want to take 1 minute to also air my sentiments. Guys, you are doing a good job, and for the first time that we are seeing the people's power happening in 60 years, that is kudos to all of us. One thing I wanted to say is as much as we want these things to be done, we cannot fix this country in one single day. I think we are demanding so much, and I could wish. You see what happened when we said reject the finance bill. We had only one agenda which worked perfectly. So when we are coming up with a lot demands, then we create space for attack. So how I could wish that now that the article that we have, Article 1, gives us that power, and it has worked, let us not give it back. It's like someone gives you freedom and you take it back. You take it back. You give that freedom to that person. For instance, someone gives his shopping card. Go and shop everything. I'm telling you, you will not even shop everything that you want. You will just buy 2-3 things and take the card to the owner. That is what exactly we have done in these demonstrations. So I could urge all of us that once we have been given freedom, or we have been given power to exercise, let us keep to our lane and let us guard it. I can say that we have already lost it. We need to go back to the drawing board and see what we can do. Thank you guys for the space.
Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you, Wilson. Next is Wahiga. Wahiga is next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you so much for hosting this space. And I want to give my condolences to all of the people that have lost in this fight. They didn't have to die the way that they did. What I wanted to give is actually a message of hope. I'm one of these people who has been out in the home. I moved back home recently, and I am, like, for good. I am so grateful to be home during this time. I thought I loved Kenya before. I thought I was proud to be Kenyan before, but these last 2 weeks have shown me that there are new levels to pride and love. And so, because I've just relocated back home, I've been getting a lot of messages from friends out there asking me, hey, what's going on? Like, I'm seeing this thing on the news. And I just wanted to share with you a message from one of my friends who is actually from Sri Lanka. So I just want to let you know in 2022, Sri Lankans successfully accomplished the thing that we are trying to do right now. They started demonstrating quietly in mid-March. Within, I think, something like 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks of demonstrations, the corrupt cabinet had resigned, just like us. The initial cause of their demonstrations was it was a singular issue, but it snowballed more into fighting against corruption. I think 3 months after the demonstrations started, their president fled. And overall, the entire process took about 7 months. The reason I'm just kind of giving this is because my friend who is Sri Lankan, she was there. She was part of the protests. She's sending messages of support and solidarity. And she just said, you know what? You guys are closer than you think to accomplishing what you want to accomplish. Just stay patient. Don't lose hope. Something that helped her maintain, to go through this emotional ride of like, today you're angry, tomorrow you're hopeful, all of these things. She said something that she found that helped her get through all of the emotional ups and downs was working on her personal self-development so that she can contribute to the country when it's free. Right now, she says, things in Sri Lanka are better. They're getting better slowly. People knew it wasn't going to change in a day. And in the end, she also dropped this line that I thought was a banger. She said, the virtue of adversity is fortitude. Anyways, I don't know if that is at all hopeful for us, but I just really love that she reached out to hear from someone who comes from a country that very recently did what we have done. Let me tell you, my heart just soared when I read her messages. So yes, I understand that in terms of the exact strategy we're going to follow, maybe we are not very clear. Even then, they had a decentralized protest. There were no leaders or anything. But yeah, I think if we can just remain patient, and I'm not backing down. I came home because this is the place I want to live. This is where I want to work. This is where I want to live. This is where I want to raise my children. And I don't want to go anywhere else. And I don't want to be told to go out and find jobs anywhere else. So, yeah, let's please keep fighting. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Thank you. All right. Mwalimu, to close it up for us, and then we can have final submissions from Ayo and Willie, as we call it a night today.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Simon Gishuke, born and brought up from Kirinyaga, Gishuko constituency. My name Mwalimu comes from maybe my background of education. I have done my master's in education from the University of Allahabad, that is in India. And maybe my contribution towards the space tonight will be to encourage us and to tell us that we have a country to protect. I've been away from home maybe between 2002 to 2010. That's when I was in India for almost 9 years, actually. And the kind of experiences I experienced there, India being one of the world's largest democracy, and even our constitution, we have borrowed much from that country. And having inspirations of people like Mahatma Gandhi, people who led peaceful demonstrations because of the segregation that was there and the oppression that was there for the people. So it calls for a very sober population, so that the people we elect in government, because what we have seen over the years in Kenya, we've elected people, we put them in office, and things just change. within no time, people they go there for their selfish ambitions and selfish enriching themselves. Recently, you had some questions being asked to the president on Sunday about their opulence. People get there, the wealth gets into their head, even they can talk whatever they want. It's been bad. And what we want to do is raise a generation that people are able to listen to one another, people are able to consider maybe we have a country and a future to protect. Actually, as most of the speakers have been speaking, those who have been away, there is no beautiful country you can ever live as our place here in Kenya. I can assure you. In India, we used to have temperatures which are going to as high as 50 degrees, 49, 48, during summers. Here we normally have most of the temperatures going between 30, 35, and tunasema ni kumoto, but we have a beautiful country, and the unity of Kenyans. Actually, when you go out there, you see the unity of Kenyans. People, even they don't consider people being from other tribes and all that. Whoever mwenye unapatana na yeye kwa street unasikia ni Mkenya. Those are the kind of people we want to live amongst us in our today's generation. I want to support the views of the young people of our generation, and maybe they are trying to pass a message to our readers that we cannot put you into offices and then you get to those offices and you think you can override everything, even surpassing the constitution that we have. We have so much to protect for this country. Thank you guys for the good work that you are doing. We cannot speak or we cannot talk much, and we cannot exhaust much maybe for one night or for 2 or 3 minutes, but let's know we have a country to protect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Willie, final words for the day?
Thank you so much, PP, for this space. Thank you for the platform. And thank you for amplifying voices consistently. You've been one of the most consistent tweeps for the longest time, standing for what you believe in and amplifying voices. Because I always say, if we stop writing or we stop telling stories, then what happens to people who cannot hold the pen? A friend of mine had asked before we close the space, what if Ruto is very stubborn enough to stay till 2027? Then what happens? I'll talk for myself because I commit to continue doing civic education and civic disobedience. Ruto really and the current government, the gangsters' paradise, really thrives on organized anarchy. So when we educate, when you do civic education and when people are emancipated, that is their loss. I'll leave you with a quote by John Locke that says, the people cannot delegate to government the power to do anything which would be unlawful for them to do by themselves. Again, the people cannot delegate to government the power to do anything which will be unlawful for them to do by themselves. So the government is acting on its own authority, but we delegated the authority to them, so they are not representing us. Thank you. Have a good night, fam.
Thank you, Willie. Have a great one ahead on your side. Ayo.
Yes. Please confirm that you can all hear me. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Very nice. So I want to start by saying that it all started by #reject finance bill 2024. Then it trickled down to Occupy Parliament. Then we had those demonstrations and all that. And now it turned to, Ruto must go. Funny enough. So the intended venue for the hashtag Occupy Parliament demonstrations was Parliament buildings, located at the heart of Nairobi and, Nairobi Central Business District. And you'll all agree with me that through the past week, the demonstrators made multiple attempts to reach Parliament buildings without success due to political blockades. And the act of preventing a peaceful assembly, targeting legislators at the Parliament buildings, it goes against the international standards for such gatherings, right? And I want to take you all back to the United Nations Code of Conduct for law enforcement officers, dated the year 1979, and the UN. The use of force, the UN use of force principles in 1990 as well. I think paragraph 80 or 79, I guess, of the general comment number that I'm sure of is 37, that provides that the only the minimum force necessary may be used where it is required for a legitimate law enforcement purpose during an assembly. And once the need for any use of force has passed, such as, when a violent individual is safely apprehended, no further resort to force is permissible. And the law enforcement officials may not use greater force than is, proportionate to the legitimate objective of the disappearing or rather dispersing an assembly. And as we also during these since the protest began, it's been force and force and force. You're peaceful, you raise a white flag, but the police will still catch up with you and beat you up and step down on you and break your ribs if possible. So what I want to say is that the kind of police we have, they don't understand the rule of peaceful negotiations. They do not understand the law of, we are peaceful, so don't lobby tear gas on us, so don't shoot rubber bullets on us, so don't shoot us from on top of buildings using snipers. So what I'm trying to say is, we are Kenyans. Kenya is our business. We have to keep on fighting. We have to keep on fighting for what is rightfully ours. And peace does not come in a single day. If you go to the history of African nations, let's go to our neighboring a country where they have Hutus and Tutsis, where we saw a massacre, bloody massacre. Whatever we are going through is nothing. They had to go through a lot. People had to be, their arms were cut and all that kind of stuff. Read those stories down on the internet. They had to go through that for a liberation to happen. We were not there in 1963 and 1964 when our country was gaining independence and being declared a republic. We don't know what went through during those days. But now it's time for us, the millennials, the Gen Zs, to fight for a government that is rightfully ours, that is going to fight for our needs, we are fighting for a country that will take care of the children of our children. So before you sit down, we have now 39 lives who have been confirmed dead so far. Let's think about those lives. They died for a cause. Let's not stop the momentum. Let's not stop fighting for what is rightfully ours. Yes, they said that guy is stubborn. Fine. Haina shida. Wengine wanataka tuongeze na maombi. Wengine wanataka tuende kwa streets. There's divided opinions. But at the end of the day, what stands tall is what we really want. We want change, and change will never be served on a silver platter. We have to fight for it. As you go to bed, may God protect you. May God protect your families. May God provide for you guys. May God give you the strength to want to fight for your families. And may God reign upon our country and peace be seen in our country. No more bloodshed, but if we have to shed our blood for a better tomorrow for our children, me, I'm ready. I'll go on the front line. I'll go capture those stuff and post them online because I'm trying to speak for my country. Sorry for taking the mic too long. God bless you guys. And see you on the other side of the world.
All right. Thank you so much. So much has been spoken. I know there are people who are here who wanted to speak. I see 66 requests. I couldn't satisfy all of them today, but tomorrow from 4 p.m. we'll be back here again. That is today, actually. Oh, tumeenda kesho. So from 16 hours, we will be back here again, East African time, for Home Run with PP Wednesday edition. We'll be having a better conversation, be getting deeper into this. For those who have known me, I have been active since Finance Bill 2023, and my show is turning 1 year on Wednesday next week. So it's quite pretty much historical moments. And I'd like to announce that today, at some point, we were number 1 globally for 2 hours. So thank you so much for making it happen. I'll leave you with greatness. Just let you know that Sisi wa Kenya, we have our powers in our hands right now. Let's keep it together. Pesa ya rent isikufanye ubetray watu wako. Pesa ya rent isifanye uache watu wako kwa, and this I'm talking to the influencers in particular, and also the people who are listening in here on these spaces to spy on us. Pesa ya damu, that's blood money, guys. If you're an influencer and you get paid to influence people to stop talking about change, then you are more than the enemy. So yeah. Anyway, najua mnatafuta rent, but don't come looking for rent using hashtags zina promote uaji. Yeah, that one we have refused it. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. It has been a great space. See you tomorrow. See you later today at around 4 p.m. East African. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Pipi, so before you close, sorry. Before you shut down the space. Hey guys, we are 212 people in this space. Please just go and retweet my pinned tweet. Please, just do me that favor. Like and retweet my pinned tweet. At least add me 200 retweets. I'm trying to showcase my work out there to the world. Please, that mini docu that I did, please just go retweet it on my pinned tweet. And I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's all I can request for now.
Done. Alright, done. Mimi hata nimepata nilikuwa nisha retweet. Anyway. Weka ingine yenye nita retweet. Have a great night, great day ahead from wherever you're listening in. This is Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow, and remember always, don't drink and drive. Bye.